last month. Salome as PS for Correctional Services in the Ministry of Interior and Ann as PS for Performance Management and Delivery Services in the Office of Prime Cabinet Secretary. President William Ruto, on his part, congratulated both the officials and urged them to transform the country. And State House met with media editors to unpack the government's agenda. This, as State spokesperson Hussein Mohammed said, the meeting was the first in a series of engagements the state seeks to have with other stakeholders as well. He said this is aimed at ensuring the fourth estate had a glimpse of President William Ruto's plans for the nation and his commitment to fulfilling them. Mohammed noted that the Kenya Kwanza regime is keen on engaging citizens with the ultimate goal of ensuring the promises made to Kenyans are fulfilled and the government is held accountable.
The meeting we had was with the media fraternity. Of course, select, you can't have an engagement with all media at the same time. And what we were doing was just engaging them in an informal discussion, giving them an overview of the vision, priorities, and sector interventions that the president and the government is undertaking to ensure that in the transformation of our country through the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, there's a clear correlation between the actions that are being undertaken by the president and, of course, the administration with the objectives that were outlined in the manifesto.
And Chief Administrative Secretaries who suffered a blow after the High Court ruled as unconstitutional their appointments are vowed to challenge the decision through their lawyer Adrian Kamotho. The CAS said they'll be seeking an interpretation of the Court of Appeal on the verdict issued by the judges. Kamotho further said the ruling by the three-judge bench has created jurisprudential chaos because there exists another ruling which okayed the creation of the position. And Attorney General Justin Muturi has filed a notice of appeal in High Court's ruling that invalidated the appointment of 50 chief administrative secretaries by President William Ruto. The matter, which has been certified as urgent, will be mentioned today at 9 a.m. before Lady Justice Mugure Thande. In the Monday ruling, Judges Kanyi Kimondo, Hedwig Ongudi and Alim Visram ruled that public participation in the creation of the CS's post was only conducted for 23 occupants, and the creation of the additional 27 occupants did not adhere to the constitutional requirement of public participation. Now, Azimio One Kenya Coalition Party has officially filed a case in court against the Finance Act of 2023 through lawyer Paul Mwangi. Azimio has asked the court to find that the law did not follow the proper procedure by ignoring the contribution of the Senate despite having elements that touched on devolution. Azimio wants the court to find that the housing has been devolved. Azimio has criticized the taxes on online content creators and artists as a matter he says ought to have involved the Senate as well. Speaking to journalists in Nairobi, Odinga said Friday's protest will be the beginning of the people taking back their power from a government he says is hurting Kenyans through taxes.
We will launch a signature collection to signify our rejection of Kenya Kwanza illegitimate regime and its policies, especially the punitive taxes. As we speak, fuel, food, fare are all going up in prices. In fact, fare is already going up by 30%. Fellow Kenyans, as a people, we are not given to suffering in silence. We don't kneel before dictators and beg for their mercy. Even the few who do still suffer humiliation and even.
Now let's talk about matters fair, and you will from today start digging deep into your pockets to board that matatu as operators adjust their fares in response to the high cost of fuel. According to Matatu Owners Association chairperson Michael Kariuki, fare prices will shoot up to 30% across various routes, including those operating within town areas and long distances. The prices shot up after Energy and Petroleum Authority (EPRA) reviewed the prices of super petrol, diesel and kerosene by a whooping 13 shillings and 49 cents, 12 shillings and 39 cents, 11 shillings and 96 cents respectively, following a VAT increment on fuel from 8% to 16%. The increment was included in the Contentious Finance Act 2023, which has been assented into law by President William Ruto. The increment has seen super petrol selling at 195 shillings and 53 cents, diesel and kerosene selling at 179 shillings and 67 cents, and 173 shillings and 44 cents respectively. Starting today, you gotta dig deeper to afford that matatu. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
In the middle of the week, and a good morning to you. What are we looking at on Nairobi streets and also leaving other parts of the country? Okay, let's look at outbound traffic starting on Waiyaki Way. As you're going in a westerly direction, we see low fog and heavy mist. So again, here's the warning right from the beginning. Be careful and put your lights on. All right. On the Thika Superhighway, a little bit of traffic starting to build up here and there. Jogo Road, as is always, very busy. Starting to build up as you get towards Landis. But still slim pickings this morning. We won't see too much, at least not for now. Closer to 7 o'clock is probably where we'll see a clog up of traffic. The Northern Bypass, as usual, with traffic this morning, and then I'll spill over towards Cambu Road, and that will be later. But we're starting off the morning right, not too much in terms of action. So wait and see what happens closer to 7, and let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way
At
to
10
start
minutes
your
after
day.
6 o'clock. Good morning on this 5th day of July 2023. How are you doing? It's a chilly morning in Nairobi, but we're all up and at 'em. How are you? How are you doing? Welcome again to Wednesday, middle of the week, and July is flying by like she has been sent. We're soon going to be singing Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Espero felicidad. Hey, I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas. I wanna wish you a Merry Christmas.
From Babara, Omaha.
Boom, 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 boom.
What's the batter?
Good morning.
What's the batter, Omaha?
How are you?
You was wishing us the happy Merry, the Bara.
Yeah, about that. July. Once July hits 5th,
Kwisha,
start buying Christmas presents.
you are finished.
Looking forward to Christmas chicken.
Kabisa. Kabisa, you are finished.
Wow.
Umamaliza. Otherwise, City.
Mimi niko sawa baba. Tena sawa kabisa.
Baridi is here.
Hey.
Hey.
You know, it's like when you mention the word, it suddenly gets colder.
City, salimia mimi vizuri.
Ndu, how are you this morning?
Fine, thank you.
How's life treating you?
It's all right.
It's okay? Okay. It's good?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
And may the day continue being okay.
Amina.
Yes.
What's the news?
So you greet me also nicely.
Yeah, what's the news? That's why I'm greeting you.
There's no news. Greet me,
Habari
what is
iko
wrong?
wapi?
Yeah?
Greet me nicely.
Habari yako?
Salama.
Ni nini?
Hakuna?
Uko na furaha?
Nataka nilie.
Uko na furaha? Wewe hakija kuramba?
Take care. What? You what?
Hakija kuramba wewe bado?
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what it is?
No.
There's a man called Mackenzie, right?
Yeah, there is.
He was taken to court, right? He gets at the back of the police. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's a Mahindra, it's a Toyota, it's called a police Land Rover, okay?
Right.
So he's put the back of the police Land Rover. And he says, mnachopigana nacho hamkijui.
Mnacho mkipigana nacho.
Mnachokipigana nacho nye hamkijui. Na kitakuja kuwaramba. Kitawaramba. Now there's a lady called Justina Siokau. She's a musician. She's Kamba. In 2020, when the year turned 2020, she released the song. 2020, mwaka wa, I think it was what? It was mwaka wa Baraka or something. Of course, COVID happened in 2020 and people were like, where, Justina? This is a 2020 you're talking about. So 2021, she released another. 2021, like she every year she releases.
And
2023
tunes
is...
him?
Same. 2023 has been the year of restoration. According to Justina Siokau, 2023.
20.
Oh, 23 is kupanuliwa. Ednah is yes, actually mwaka restoration was 2022. 2023 Mungu anatupanulia.
Oh,
Tunapanuliwa. Ni mwaka wa kupanuliwa 2023.
So, ukae tayari.
Kaa tayari. Now, with the things that are happening, mahali maisha imetufikisha. Anasema sasa kimeturamba. She has released a new song.
For real?
Brand new song. Ednah, play that song. Mahali tumefika? Kimeturamba, my friends. There.
Mungu tusaidie kimeturamba.
You're not joking.
Listen.
Kimetulamba. Mashani magumu wa Kenya kimetulamba. Mashani magumu wa Kenya.
They start with the 100-meter dash.
I'm telling you.
Boom!
You get straight into
No,
it.
Boom.
It's nothing like a slow entry to the song.
Ding,
No.
ding. None of that nonsense.
Sikia.
Panda sana kukula sasa imekuwa muujiza. Wakenya wengi sasa walala njaa. Kimetulamba.
Maisha ni magumu, my friends.
Where?
Eric, let me tell you. This life is really, really hard. The Uber guy, did I tell you about the arithmetic he did the other day? On the way to work on Tuesday, I asked him, Chief, now that these prices have done what they've done, it's what? He told me, Guy, let me explain to you. That was the following day. He told me, what you told me, well, there's this place where we chill as waiting for clients. We were doing the arithmetic.
Yeah.
Said, hey, by the time you deduct fuel, distance, what have you, 23 shillings, what you remain with?
At the end of the day or per kilometer?
End of a trip.
That trip, 23 bob. So I thought, anyway, that was that day. You may have other trips where you can make up somebody who stops, because when you take an Uber and you stop, you don't for an hour or so. That's where they make the money, because they're not traveling, but they keep clocking it. So I wanted to go and buy something at a shop near my residence, and I knew there was traffic, so I took a motorbike. The first that surprised me, the guy told me, you know, you're my first. This is 6 in the evening. You know, you're my first client today. I said, I'm your first client. How come? He said, that's it. I said, where are the other guys who normally come? He said, they each got a trip and they're not coming back. I said,
6 p.m. or a.m.?
6 p.m.
What time did he report to work?
He reports to work at 8 in the morning.
So between 8 and 6 he had 0 clients?
No clients. So I asked him, what normally happens such a day? He said, I have people who call me to go and do shopping for them. Like now, from around 3-4, the people I take to church. I have regular clients. He said, some are picking my calls, some are not picking my calls. But today, so I asked him on the day, yesterday, he said, I had 2 clients. The day before, I had 2 clients. He said, okay, ordinarily, how many clients do you get? I said, 5, 6, 7, you know. That's in addition to the people who actually are my regular clients. I said, so today, 1. He said, today, you.
Where?
And so when I drop you, I'm going home.
Where?
I said, hey, all right.
Maisha ni magumu, my friend.
Hey, it's not easy.
Maisha ni magumu, my friend. It has beaten each other.
No, it's not easy. It's not easy.
Hey.
It's not easy.
Where? Okay. And so this, the Uber guy tells you 23 bob is what he's left.
Yes, they were doing
trip.
the math.
How many trips does he do in a day?
They don't tell you trips. They tell you on average. Said the question I ask is, when you say there were good days, how much would you make?
What do you make for
He
that
said,
trip?
No, in a day. Okay? Because some trips don't make money, some do.
Yes.
He said, in a day, I say 5,000.
Now?
Then it gets less. I said, now, if I take 500, I'm doing very well. 500.
Wow. Kimeturamba.
Yeah, in fact, they would also say, these weekends, this one I was being told, he said weekends are the best times. Because I knew Friday, Saturday, I've paid rent. So the rest of the month is for saving, Sako, Nini, but I've paid rent. He said, now Saturdays, you start getting work at midday.
What?
Come on.
Which means the people who ordinarily would spend money on Uber are not spending money.
What?
Yeah.
Kimeturamba. Let me tell you what we'll be discussing today, this Wednesday. At 7 a.m., let's have a conversation about that logging issue. The president announced the lifting of the ban on logging. The Kenya Forest Service, as we saw, announced the day before yesterday how this logging is going to take place, what kind of controls and measures they've put in place. Now, we'll be joined by 2 ladies at 7 a.m. to have this conversation. One of them is the principal research scientist at the Kenya Forestry Research Institute, Nelly Oduor, and Caroline Kariuki, who is a co-founder and CEO of Greenport Enterprises Limited. The 2 ladies come here. Let's talk about logging, okay? So we are heading back into the forest to log. How is it going to be done, and why is it important Or what benefit do we derive from allowing logging to take place? 8 a.m. we'll be joined by Crystal Asige. Crystal is a nominated senator and she is visually impaired. She'll be joining us to talk about championing the rights of persons with disabilities across the country. She's been very, very vocal and active about this, even in the Senate itself, at some point saying, you know what, these committees are preparing reports and these reports are not friendly to people who cannot read like me. So how does it benefit me? How does it help me? And even the speaker said, yes, let's ensure that every time we are producing even the order paper, it is to be consumed by everybody in the house. 9 a.m., let's talk about UDA. The Secretary General of that party, Cleophas Malala, joins us at 9 a.m. to talk about the grassroots recruitment drive and what we've been seeing in terms of skirmishes here and there, issues back and forth, what's happening in that party. And also, that oath that he took last week.
Secrecy.
What was it for? Yeah. It's 21 minutes after 6. Tell us who is online after you tell us about the weather forecasts.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
12 degrees and mostly cloudy in Nairobi, highs of 21 and lows of 11. We'll see lows of 14 in a cloudy Nakuru at 14. It's 13 and cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 20 and lows of 12, and 13 will be the low in a mostly cloudy Eldoret, going to highs of 22. It's 22 and clear in Mombasa, highs of 28, and it's 24 and partly cloudy in Malindi, going to highs of 28 as well. It's cloudy at 19 in Kisumu, we'll see highs of 28, and Kakamega, currently at 17, we'll see highs of 27. It's partly cloudy at 18 in Kampala, highs of 26 and lows of 17. 21 will be the high and the low in a mostly clear Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 30. It's partly cloudy at 8 in Johannesburg, highs of 18 and lows of 4. It's cloudy at 26 in Lagos, highs of 29 and lows of 25. And we'll see highs of 32 in a mostly clear Kinshasa at 21. Mostly cloudy at 34 in Beijing Wednesday afternoon, highs of 39 and lows of 24. It's cloudy and a chance of thunderstorms in Paris at 13, highs of 22. And 21 will be the high in a mostly cloudy London at 12. It's a hazy night in New York Tuesday. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 31 and lows of 22.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
23 after 6.
Indeed, many people online this morning. Rose Grace is tuned in from Menara and Mohoroni. Good morning, CT Indu and Eric. Blessed day to you too, and to you too. Happy 4th of July. Well, today's the 5th, so that's kind of moot. You're in Minneapolis, so it's still 4th for you. So George Gashoiri says, good morning, listening keenly, bang in the middle to today's topics. Okay. Monis Jane says good morning. Good morning, Jeffrey Madara, tuned in. Gentlemen, Ndu, how you day? I deo, Jerry. How would he? James Mwangi says good morning, sitting back, enjoy the team. Asante Sana, good morning to you. Anthony Dowdy is tuned in from Feather. There's a question here. Next time you have Jimmy, please ask him to bring visual aids like a PowerPoint, flowchart, or data diagram. Okay, you want props, eh? It'll happen. Linda Agola says sound. Sound what? Sound what, Linda?
There's no sound.
Where? I don't understand. Okay. Arizona says tune in from Arizona, essentially. Soulful says good morning from Abu Dhabi. Dismas Ombuya says good morning, Eric Ndu and CT. Looking forward to discussions as usual. Asante Sana. Boston, Massachusetts is where Amani is this morning. Assalamu alaikum from Doha, Qatar. Africana is tuned in as well. Tuned in from Eastlands. Akinyi says good morning at dawn. How about that? The technician has one job. Keep the sound on. Jana Mulituramba. How?
Sound in Hepa.
What are you talking about?
Alright.
Amani is now using us to talk to Akinyi and says good morning, beautiful people. Will find yourselves in the corner. Okay.
So Amani is saying good morning, beautiful to Akinyi. Okay.
It's okay. We can be your communication channel. Okay, it's cold somewhere. Good morning, Ndu, Eric, and CT. All right. Edward, Amos, Caroline, good morning to you. Okay, very many people online this morning. Lundu Kisia says good morning. Kikombe says good morning from Phuket, and this is in Thailand. Good morning. Minneapolis tuned in. Jaquera says good morning from Northern Canada and also from Calgary in Alberta. That's where Hothan is this morning. A few more. Let's do it. Good morning to you too. Barasa Simiu says good morning. Listening live from Kisii. And that's Night King. Good morning to everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Karibu sana kila mtu. City? Libya.
He howled before going mad.
He howled before going mad. Allah.
Before he howled,
he had not gone mad.
Are we to assume that he is a man?
Well, we are assuming that the madness we see became evident when he howled.
Yeah, because if he was a dog, it would not be strange.
No,
or if he was a wolf or a hyena.
Yes. The he here
is human.
Is very human.
Voilà.
Yes, so when a human behaves and conducts himself uncharacteristically,
these are signs.
These are signs that something is not quite there. That perhaps there are a few eggs short of a dozen.
He howled before
going mad. Yes.
Okay. Tutachambua as we go on. Headlines.
No turning back, says Raila as talks collapse, as Azimio leaders gear up for a fresh round of battle with President Ruto, with nationwide anti-government rallies this Friday. Kenya Kwanza's team in the House, bipartisan talks says IEBC selection panel will go ahead to recruit commissioners. So, do what you must, but we are going ahead. Tearful prayer meeting for Londiani crash victims. We saw that yesterday. Somber mood at the Londiani Trading Centre, where relatives, friends and dignitaries held a memorial service for 53 people who died in a horror road accident along the Nakuru-Kericho highway. That was a tough one to see. Pain for travellers as fares go up by up to 20% today. That is going to happen today. We're going to see that increase.
Fares going up.
Yeah. So, everybody's asking the question, what's going on? And there was a court order. Until such and such things were to happen, the prices of fuel should not go up until the case is heard and determined. But, your story, Amma?
Well, just go back into history. It's very easy to point fingers at this particular government. Talk about, this government is doing this. Sometimes we need to cast our eyes just a little further back into just the previous administration. We had a president who characterized his leadership by ignoring court orders.
Disobedience of court orders.
Clear. Not giving it a pass or pretending to. Just
perhaps or maybe.
No, disregarding it completely.
So this is not a surprise.
Well, you have set a precedent. Now, the far-reaching consequences of such precedents are manifested not with the leadership, but with the citizenry, because that's where they get their cue from. If the leadership is ignoring the rule of law, why should we then follow the rule of law when we've been shown the path? This is the path, walk ye in it.
Indeed. All right, well, on The Nation this morning, Kenya's first quarter growth second highest in 5 years, according to a new KNBS report. Interesting. That's on the back page of The Nation. Now, the new tax has put Ruto's cheap gas cylinders pledge in doubt, really. So maybe the cheap gas will not come. I don't know. Raila's succession is also smack dab in the middle of the front page of The Nation. Murkomen wants PSVs fitted with cameras to curb crashes. So put cameras in the PSV. There's going to be a linkage between the two. And so we'll look at that as well. EAC. So this is the EAC import duty that we're seeing that could put Ruto's pledge of cheap gas cylinders in doubt. 35% import duty on gas cylinders.
Okay.
That's what I have.
Business Daily. Kenya GDP reverses 7 straight dips to grow 5.3%. Now, the economy of Kenya has reversed 7 straight back-to-back quarterly growth declines after pulling out of a prolonged electioneering period and a season of jobless growth defined by elevated inflation. The latest official numbers are showing that our economy in the 3 months between January, February and March posted the fastest growth in the last 4 quarters, defying the high cost of living driven by a prolonged drought. The quarter to March was the first time the economy has put brakes on 7 straight declines from a high of 10.3% in 2021, dipping to 3.7% in December last year, pointing to glimmers of recovery from post-pandemic global supply disruptions. KNBS reported that the country's GDP expanded by 5.3% in those first 3 months of this year, which is a faster pace than the 3.7% in the previous period that ended in December. Higher. So our economy is growing. KRA board limits the term of the next Commissioner General. So remember, KRA had advertised for the post of Commissioner General. Then they placed a re-advertisement for that same post. Now, in that re-advertisement, they have actually said, we are looking to hire somebody not for a period of 5 years, but for a period of 3 years. Your term will be 3. You come as KRA Commissioner General, serve 3 years. Tatu. Enda. As in, by the time you're just getting used to the system is how it works, you're already handing over.
Does that not then raise the question that what was the logic of having the term
at 5?
Yes.
First place.
There was logic. Just like some of these offices of these independent commissions, you find the term of the boss at the helm is 80 years, say. There's logic behind it.
Yeah.
So I assume there's also logic for the 3 years, isn't it?
Probably.
Yes.
Probably. Maybe.
Perhaps.
The KRA Act and the KRA Board Charter are silent on the term of the Commissioner General, and they only fix the term of the chairperson and board members at 3 years, subject to extension once. So basically what they're saying is, if a chairman is only serving for 3 years, why is a Commissioner General serving longer? Yeah. The Business Daily is also explaining the A to Z of Kenya's trade pact with the European Union. Remember, there is still an issue of, so Kenya signed a deal directly with the EU. How does that place the EACC? Why has it taken long for the EAC, EU, EPA deal to be implemented? And all those things. So they have an explainer on page 3 of the Business Daily and other stories inside. State ends NYS graft charges nightmare for former PS Lilian Mbogo Omolo. A Nairobi court yesterday allowed the withdrawal of corruption charges against former PS Lilian Omolo. Anti-corruption Chief Magistrate Lucas Onyina marked the case against the former youth and gender PS as withdrawn following an application by the ODPP. The withdrawal of the charges against Omolo come on the back of the collapse of multiple cases against former PS who was charged on May 29, 2018 over alleged loss of funds at NYS. Bwana Muga, what's on the Star?
Well, the Star, top right-hand corner, in teal green, quote, legal hurdles. Court sets tough new terms for President Ruto in hiring of CASs. That is on page 4 and 5. Then at the bottom, proposed law. Why impeaching CECs won't be a walk in the park for MCAs. Deformed spine. Mother of girl with rare syndrome seeks to raise 2 million for surgery. This is a story on page 2.
What's a syndrome?
Well, according to this particular story, the murder, it starts off with the murder of a Form 2 girl in Naivasha. Okay? Then, it takes a new twist when a 16-year-old boy reports to the police and says, you know something, I am the one who actually brought about the death of this girl. Okay. This is where?
In Karagita, Naivasha.
Thank you very much. She looks like a skeleton, needs 2 million for surgery. That's the story about the spine.
Okay.
Family says in the past time, it's way past the time for the surgery, and the girl is in immense pain.
Where is this? Is this in Kenya?
This is in Kenya, my brother.
So there's something wrong with her spine?
Actually, if I cannot explain it as well as I can show you the picture, because if I explain it, I may end up explaining.
We may not get the picture.
Yes, there we are.
It's heavy coverage.
Yes, the spine, it's like the spine has taken a curve like a windy road. Instead of it being straight, it's sort of like taken a curve and then gone back again.
Where?
Yes.
How old is the girl?
This girl is 11 years old.
No, man. Wow.
She must be in an immense amount of pain.
Wow.
No, she's an immense, yes. It's called the Marfan syndrome. They don't give her name, they just refer to her as NN. They don't give the name. It is a disorder of connective tissue that maintain the structure of the body and support internal organs and other issues. It is so rare that the condition that in 2016 there were only 10 cases that had been reported.
Globally?
Yes.
Where? That's pain.
And
24 minutes to 7.
Yes.
Let's just take the traffic break and then we look at other stories in detail.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice and
So most of what we see is on
Spice
Jakarta
up
this
your-
morning. It's going out towards Landis. Landis looks free and clear until you get to just that junction as you approach Haile Selassie at the Kamkunji roundabout. Let's look at the Thika Superhighway. A little bit of traffic just beyond the drift as you're heading towards Pangani. On Kiambu Road has also started to pile up a little bit here and there. Northern Bypass will have some traffic going out towards Thika and then coming in, and you'll get that junction at Kiambu Road. Kirisuru, a little bit of traffic here and there. And some also coming out of Westlands. James Gishoro looks pretty good. You can use that getting out towards Westlands and then into the city. This is the Eastern Bypass. A little bit of traffic going out towards Utawala and then out in the Ruai direction. But apart from that, you should be all right. Coming out of Mlolongo in from Machakos and then through towards the city. We're all right there. At least for now. It's a slow start to Wednesday. Hopefully we can keep things just so. Let us know what's going on where you are this morning. Let's talk on Spice of MKE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We've not forgotten the Shakahola story. It
Nope.
is still a major issue. And really, this is interesting because until you're trying to get to the heart of the matter, you cannot do that until you get all the rubble out of the way. And I'm not saying that human beings are rubble. What I'm saying is that you really need to then pull apart all that is on the periphery before you get to the very center of what really happened. It doesn't deny the fact that upwards of beyond 300 Kenyans and a few foreigners here and there have lost their lives. People have died and they've been buried in an unhonorable manner and still remains very, very sad. Those who've been arrested are not getting any special meals, suspects are being told.
Who's saying that? The
Oh.
courts or the police?
The courts. Pastor Paul Mackenzie and his 29 followers have suffered a blow after a court yesterday rejected their plea for special meals. Shanzu Senior Principal Magistrate Yusuf Shikanda advised the suspects to stick to the prison standard diet unless there are special circumstances. This is interesting, that people died of starvation and here we are demanding special meals. The magistrate further said it was not clear what Mackenzie and his followers meant by good food. With the existence of a standard diet, I agree with the state that a special or alternative diet may only be given upon recommendation by the medical officer under Rule 26.2 of the prison's rules. The suspect's lawyer, Mr. Wycliffe Makasembo, had also told the court that the respondents were being harassed by a group of inmates known as trustees and that they were sleeping on the bare floor. Oh my goodness. The act of lying on the bare floor has adversely affected the health of the respondents. We pray for orders that the officers in charge of the respective prisons be directed to provide mattresses for the respondents. The court also heard that the prison authorities were slow to act whenever any of the respondents fell ill, singling out one of his respondents, Evans Colombe Syria, who's said to be in a wheelchair. But the court advised the suspects to follow the procedures laid down at the respective facilities and the provisions of Section 27 of the Persons Deprived of Liberty Act.
Allah.
there's a Persons Deprived of Liberty Act. That's very interesting. However, it is a matter that would require the court's intervention. The respondents are at liberty to apply through counsel and with notice to the prosecution that the matter be mentioned for the court's action. Acting Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions, Jami Yamina, said that any complaints regarding safety, comfort, nutrition and medical attention were within the purview of the officers in charge of the facilities where the respondents were detained. The health of persons detained in prison is to be handled by the medical officer. There is a standard diet for prisoners, which prison authorities in Malindi have been following, so we don't have a problem. And the the magistrate agreed with them and said, look here, you are just like anybody else, and you were going to stick by the rules here. I just find it really interesting, maybe teetering on the edge of audacity even, that you can ask for something special after hundreds are said to have died.
What kind of special did they want?
They said good food. So implying that the food that they're being given is not good food.
Yeah, good to them could be something completely different.
True.
It could be just don't give us any food. Or feed us once in a week.
No, apparently they're complaining about the quality of the food that they're receiving.
Yeah.
So
it has too much carbohydrate.
Maybe we want more vegetables, a little bit more protein. Who knows, man? But what they're saying here is that, look, everybody else who's in these facilities is receiving this food. You will eat what you are being given. You're not sick.
Bring us bananas.
Don't bring nonsense here. You're not sick, and the medical officer has not told us otherwise. So until and unless that has happened, you will eat what everybody else is eating. I just find it interesting that they can make these demands. So there you go. So the case still continues. We're still yet to hear what number that has reached right now. Remember that Johnson Odor has been very busy in terms of postmortems and what he's been finding out from the 336 that had so far been found at that time. And he did find that, interestingly enough, a majority of the children that were found had been strangled. All right? Now, they were going to start exhumation from the further 17 mass graves that they had found. We'll probably see this week that number of 336 will increase significantly.
Why are they pausing exhumation, though?
This is the thing.
Because the longer it takes there, the harder it becomes for Johnson Odor to
do his job.
Establish the cause of death.
Absolutely.
And every time he says, so there are X number of bodies that we couldn't really establish the cause of death because of the extent of the decomposition of the bodies. And now you discover mass graves and you say let them stay there for another 10 days as
he continues with the
as what happens.
So this is the thing, that there were still 93 bodies that Johansson, remember he's alone, there were still 93 bodies that Johansson Odor had to perform postmortem on, right? And they said that they needed to wait until he finished those and got those out of the way before they now brought out more bodies.
Yeah, fine.
The question is, why can this not happen concurrently? Why can exhumation not continue? Because it still takes a couple of days, right? Why can exhumation not continue while
exhume the bodies, put them in those chillers?
The question I'm wondering is there a requirement for there to be only one pathologist handling tens of thousands of people?
Actually, when we say government pathologist, are we saying that he's the only one who does the work?
No, I don't.
Himself?
No, he's the chief. It doesn't.
He's just the chief.
He's just the chief. Yeah.
He's the one who looks at the report finally and says, "All right, so this."
Yes. So it's his office that handles it. But then, how many are there?
It's interesting. We need to find out how many under him, because it is not possible that he alone physically is doing the work on each and everybody.
He can't
possible.
be, and I know he's not, because it's not as though we train one pathologist every year in the country. No, we do not.
And then after all this time, he's still
there's
the only
an
one
entire
who's been
department
hired?
at the School of Medicine that deals with this. So it cannot be that there's something which isn't clear here. I'd like to go with that story of that girl again. May I?
Please.
This girl is 11 years old. The problem began around birth. Children move before they are born, and mothers feel the movement. This is one of those children whose movements were minimal.
In the womb?
Minimal, yes. But they were alive. And so it's like a warning. You are expectant, there isn't movement, go and see a doctor, go and see your gynecologist. When she was born, then this rare condition was noticed. Now, this girl has been in and out of hospitals for the longest time. She was even taken to India, where some metallic support was given to her spine. But then remember, she grows. She's growing.
Yeah.
And the problem with her spine is, given the curvature of it, it cannot support her growth. So she's constantly in pain. And whatever was done, because she's growing, has to be refitted every 9 months.
Yeah.
2 million shillings a pop.
Every 9 months, 2
2
million.
million shillings for her to just, for that to be
support her
adjusted
growth.
so that she can be in less pain, not pain-free, less pain, and then she can grow. Okay. Now, it's a rare condition, as we say, but it has impoverished the mother. I've read this story to look for a father I don't see. Okay. NHF doesn't pay. Politicians, she's held a rampage. She says, the mother, people no longer pick her calls.
NHF doesn't pay. Why?
That's what it says here. She said NHF has also not been of help. Simple statement. This one is where now that universal healthcare program we're talking about would come in handy. Because one, why is this child not at a university hospital?
Right.
Yeah.
Because this is a condition that beyond treating needs to be understood and studied.
Research. Absolutely.
Yes, because that would afford this young lady an opportunity to get the treatment, and it should be cost free.
Yeah.
Okay? Because this is what research is for. You know, every time we talk about research, we say there is a serious drought of research processes within our universities. Now, such a rare case is a sort of case that a university hospital would look into, because again, university hospitals have contacts with other university hospitals abroad. So this child would have been able to receive a lot of help that ordinarily she now cannot get. Okay, it's an issue of the spine, it's of the bone. We have orthopedic surgeons. Now, if it's beyond them, I'm sure there are people who can handle it. Why did they go to India in the first place? They must have done the homework and figured that India probably is a place where people can perform these processes
At an affordable rate.
at an affordable. But the question is, if it's something of the sort, even if it's rare, are we saying that the people we have in this country who are trained would not have been able to offer some relief or offer help in connection with people or institutions that they associate with abroad? Anyway.
Now, talking about, being in a university hospital,
Yes.
there's one called Kenyatta University Teaching, Research and Referral Hospital,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Now, there have been issues between the Kenyatta University
And them.
and the KURH.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
The university is demanding that its students be allowed to study at the hospital. Ultimately, the university vice-chancellor Paul Wainaina wants to run the 9 billion shilling facility on the 70-acre land adjacent to the university. His former boss, Professor Olive Mugenda, who oversaw its construction, is now the chair of the board of KURH. Currently, students pursuing medicine courses at the university have to be bused to the Kiambu Level 6 hospital, which is about 20 kilometers away,
Why?
for research and training. Because this particular one now is a parastatal. Now it's not under the university itself. Okay. According to the university, the hospital was developed through a 9 billion shilling loan granted in 2012 by Exim Bank of China and guaranteed by the government, with an agreement between the state and KU taking over of the loan and hospital ownership after construction. Okay. Since the loan did not include operationalization and recruitment of staff, the university had to seek through the government a further 656 million shillings for the purchase of specialized medical equipment for training and recruitment of staff. However, before the money was released, these 656 million shillings, to the Ministry of Education, the government released an executive order in 2019, which converted that hospital into a parastatal. So now it's no longer an education facility. The gazettement, Professor Wainaina says, occurred a day before the University Council met with President Uhuru Kenyatta. We were ready to meet the president, but when the Gazette notice came out, we were told, you're not meeting the president, go meet the chief of staff and head of public service. Who was this? Joseph Kenywa. However, when the VC the Chancellor Benson Wairegi and the Council Chairman Migota Dola went to the State House, they could not meet Kenywa because he was away. A few days later, we got a letter from Kenywa instructing us to hand over all the documents about the hospital. The letter, dated May 21st, 2019, was addressed to the hospital board chairperson, Olive Mugenda, and copied to the VC and the project manager of China Jiangxi International Economic and Technical Corporation. Professor Enaina was asked to hand over documents relating to the hospital and was summoned to Jogoo House on a Sunday by the then Education CS George Magoha, and later got a dressing down on the telephone from President Kenyatta for holding back some documents. By that time, Legal Notice number 39 of 2021, that amended Legal Notice number 4 of 2019, had removed the Vice Chancellor, the University Council, and all those people from the hospital board.
Hey, what on earth was going on?
Some of the training facilities, the VC says, have been converted to other uses, and some labs turned into a funeral home. The Doctors Plaza, according to Professor Wainaina, has been transformed into the admin block. Another wing meant for training students has been leased to the World Health Organization. But yesterday, Professor Mugenda dismissed those claims of locking out KU medical students, saying they're free to use it to train.
Can I ask you?
She's also denying repurposing some of the training facilities. She says, this is a government hospital. When it was being constructed, I signed the contract, and it was constructed through a government-to-government loan. We are other institutions, and what is expected of KU is to invite the medical board for inspection so that they can get approval to use it. As far as I know, they have not applied, but once they do, we're ready to accommodate them.
No.
Can I ask, please, what was at the onset of the establishment of this hospital, teaching, research and referral hospital, there's certain things that denoted from that. Was it initially, was it not meant to support the medical program at KU?
Ostensibly.
Those are the questions.
Because
they're being raised. Because if you look at the medical schools we have in the country, and there are not many, so it's not difficult to name them. It is not possible to have a medical school without a hospital attached.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's all attached to it.
You cannot.
Around the world. Around the world.
You cannot.
Around the world.
So these
for
ones
sure.
are attached to Kiambu, level 6, KU people.
But there's one next to them, literally next to them.
But you see, that is not an issue. Those are two different
You know where I'm
stories.
going with this? Look at Kenyatta and look at the University of Nairobi. University of Nairobi in the middle of town, bang. However, Kenyatta is not bang in the middle of town. Kenyatta is actually an upper hill. So now, when you get to third year is when you now move.
You now move to Upper
Yes.
Hill. Yeah.
Yes. Okay? So one could argue there is some distance, but that distance you can walk. It's not a biggie. It's not something to jump up and down about. But Kiambu and Kenyatta, that distance is not round. It's not really literally round the corner. There is a lot to this story.
So when KU was allowed by the University Commission for University Education and the medical board
Yes.
to commence a medical program,
Yes. It was
what
the end
hospital were they attached to?
That's
at that
it.
particular point in time.
Yes,
But
because at that point
there was no
Kate-
hospital.
There was no hospital next to them at that time.
None. There was none.
You see, so now with the
If they are
establishment
attached to
of
Kiambu level 6,
Yes, they
then
were.
they are still attached to Kiambu level 6.
Now, with
Professor
the
Olive
onset of
Muganda
this-
is saying that as far as she's concerned, KU is supposed to be applying to the board. As far as I know, Ngoja, what is expected of KU is to invite the medical board for inspection so that they can get approval to use this facility.
What was it for initially when they were establishing this hospital?
When
Mind you, the mother company is still Kenyatta University. So when they were establishing it at first,
Actually, no.
when they were establishing at first, what was it for?
Actually, no.
What was the hospital for? Is my question. What was the hospital for? Was it just to
Was there
bring-
some understanding at some point when Olive Muganda was the vice chancellor and she was initiating this project?
Yes.
That what we are doing is we are going to benefit our students
For
by
training here.
training right here,
Yeah.
and getting a state-of-the-art facility.
Look, why I'm going back to the example of Kenyatta. Kenyatta Hospital is not owned by the University of Nairobi.
No, it isn't.
Okay?
It isn't.
So
Neither is Moi Teaching and Referral
precisely,
owned by
yes, the
Moi
Moi
University.
It's not.
It's not, but in this case, look at it. Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University Teaching, Research and Referral Hospital.
Okay, let's get granular. The grounds on which it is built belongs to Kenyatta University, or at least it
They
belonged.
even share a name.
belonged there.
But you see, Kenyatta University belongs to the government.
Yes.
So it is government land.
Yes.
Okay? They occupy that land on behalf of the government.
So who does hospital belong to?
It's a parastatal.
Government.
Yes.
Exactly.
So
All these universities belong to government.
Exactly.
Moi University, because it shares a name with Moi Teaching and Referral, does not mean that they're
not next to
joined
each
at the
other.
hip.
And that is why I'm asking the question.
Eh.
When, with the establishment of this hospital, with the push from Olive Mugenda, because remember when she was doing this, what was the initial reasoning behind it?
That is the Swalanyeti.
Yes.
the question is this.
What did she sell to
What
the
did
council?
she sell to the council?
What did
and
the
say
council
that,
approve?
Let us establish this hospital so that 1, 2, 3 can happen. If you establish that, then you'll solve all this wahala that they're bringing
Yes,
this
you
morning.
will, but anything that involves the government also involves procedures
Uh-huh.
and processes. And she's mentioned some. Get the medical, this and the other, to come and do this and the other inspection. Talk to this other body that does this and the other medical to come and do this. There is a process.
And then there's also the issue here of control.
Oh, not the.
You see what it sounds like?
The fundamental
here
issue here is control.
Does the university want to own the hospital?
No, they want to be in charge.
And when they're in charge, that means that the revenues generated from here
It's
can
theirs.
also be
theirs.
Yes.
And they're being told no.
So the issue is not even about teaching and where the students are going, whether they're being bused.
No,
It is not.
no,
Yeah,
no,
it
no,
is.
no.
This thing is generating money. This thing has state-of-the-art equipment. This thing is actually bringing medical tourism to Kenya from people around the region. This thing is some serious
No, the
cash.
potential is serious.
Humongous.
Because that hospital, they learned from Moi, they learned from Kenyatta. And they put up 15 billion shillings later, we have that hospital.
Yep.
Okay? And by the way, they conduct very serious research there. Just so that you know. Very serious research. And if you look at the research, you'll also find the bulk of that research is foreign funded.
Yes.
Yes. But it exists.
And it is right there. The World Health Organization is there.
What does that tell you?
Pesa.
Yes, precisely. So what are we quarreling about?
Money.
Yeah.
It's not about the students. It's not about where the students are training. It's about money.
You know, sometimes you listen to some of these discussions and you wonder, this is a simple, straightforward issue. Why is it sounding so complicated? It's a hospital. It works. It's next to the university.
Yeah.
Are you saying there's
But all of them are being dishonest. I think it
They're all
starts
being
with
dishonest.
Olive Mugenda should just come out and say, you know what? The vision that I had then
was
this. Somewhere down the road, I have changed my vision, and maybe I'm not the person who's suitable to actually be conducting this.
Yeah, because I'm no longer there anyway, and things have changed and time has changed.
But I am at
Yes,
university.
and Uhuru is also still not president. So
Let's end with this one. Kenyans should brace themselves for increase in fares starting today. Matatu Owners Association members announced that effective July 5th, passengers can expect a moderate increase of between 10 to 20% of current fares charged across various routes. Because tax has gone up by 8%, now we should expect fares to go up by 20%. You know, it's just a small factor.
you're saying 20, other people are saying 30.
It's just a small factor. You put up the fares go up by... Anyway. He's attributing the increase to the hike in fuel prices by April. So VAT went up by 8%. Why is fare going up by between 10 and 20%?
I'm telling you, 30 according to the Star.
30.
Yes.
Oh, they've done between 10 and 20 and they combined
Costly
it to become
fuels
30.
forces matatus to hike fares by 30%. 30.
Anyway, this is a big one. We'll look for this Matatu Owners Association chairperson. Let them come here and let's talk about this. So it's the fares in Nairobi are increasing from between 10 bob and 30 bob.
It's a big deal for folks, man. For you guys.
30 bob.
Yeah.
That is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Kimeturamba.
Oh, wow.
Kimeturamba. It's 7 a.m.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice it, yeah.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The price of unga is expected to reduce to levels never experienced before. Now, Agriculture CS Mythical Linturi says the price will now drop following the expected bumper harvest. Linturi estimates that farmers will harvest 44 million bags compared to 26 million bags the country has harvested before.
For the last 4 years, we've had the maximum we've produced was 26 million bags. So I expect this, our projections indicate that we'll hit a target of 44 million, meaning that I'll be able to bridge the gap by 19 million bags. So a minimum 44 million bags, plus or minus. The commitment is once this harvest is done, the cost of unga will come down to levels that Kenyans have not experienced in the past 10 years.
It should be remembered that the price of flour in 2013, that is 10 years ago, was between 109 shillings and 120 shillings. The price of flour remained below 150 shillings until a few months to the 2022 elections, with the war in Ukraine and the drought being cited as contributing factors to the worsening situation. However, now Linturi expresses the belief that the government will not need to do anything to reduce the price, as the price will now depend on the quantity of the harvest. Earlier, President William Ruto had promised that the price of flour for a 2 kg packet would drop to about 160 shillings after the importation of maize. However, the price has failed to go down, instead continues to go up. And you will from today start digging deeper into your pocket to board that matatu as operators adjust their fares in response to the high cost of fuel. According to Matatu Owners Association Chairperson Michael Kariuki, fare prices will shoot up by 30% across various routes, including those operating within town areas and long distance areas. Now, the prices shot up after the Energy and Petroleum Authority EPRA reviewed the prices of super petrol, diesel and kerosene by a whopping 13 shillings and 49 cents, 12 shillings and 39 cents and 11 shillings and 96 cents respectively, following a VAT increment in fuel from 8% to 16%. The increment was included in the contentious Finance Act 2023, which has been assented into law by President William Ruto. The increment has seen super petrol selling at 195 shillings and 53 cents and diesel and kerosene selling at 179 shillings and 67 cents and 173 shillings and 44 cents respectively. And the high cost of living remains a major challenge for the majority of Kenyans. This is according to a survey by Tifa research firm. The report shows that the price of Kenya's staple food, which is maize flour, rose by 65% and sugar prices by more than 50% since August last year, pushing food prices beyond the reach of the majority of Kenyans. According to the research, a bigger percentage of Kenyans termed the increase of VAT on fuel as the worst provision within the Kenya Kwanza government's budget. Here's Tifa's Tom Wolf.
Only 11% think that people who contribute to the housing levy will get a house. There's been a kind of a change, if I understand, in the messaging from the government about the relationship between contributing and getting the house. When it was first proposed in the finance bill, before the parliamentary committee went to Naivasha, I recall people on behalf of the government saying that people will contribute, they can get a house, but if they don't want one after 7 years, they can take the money out that was contributed by them and their employer. But people who are contributing were definitely going to be able, after a certain number of years, to get a house. After the committee came back from Naivasha and there were discussions in Parliament, more recently the message has changed, and even from the President, where he said everybody is contributing so that people who don't have a house or don't want a house, who can't afford a house on the private market, will be able to get one. Asking people what they consider the best and worst provisions of the budget. Best provisions again. 79% didn't give us an answer on what they consider to be the best provision in the budget. Worst provision, 44% didn't give us an answer. Maybe they're waiting to see.
And Azimio has officially filed a case in court against the Finance Act 2023 through lawyer Paul Mwangi. Azimio has asked the court to find the law did not follow the proper procedure by ignoring the contribution of the Senate, despite having elements that touched on devolution. Azimio wants the court to find that the housing issue has been devolved. Azimio has criticized the taxes on online content creators, a matter they say ought to have involved the Senate. Speaking to journalists in Nairobi, Odinga said Friday's protest will be the beginning of the people taking back their power from a government he says is hurting Kenyans through taxes. This is Newswire. Dennis Asada, good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
It's a few minutes after 7 o'clock and we have traffic building on Jogoo Road. Getting into the city, and every road that touches on Jogoo Road this morning, everybody is trying to get on. Keep an eye on that and see what happens. Not too bad on the Thika Superhighway until you get towards Survey, and then it's heavy traffic trying to get into the city. Kiambu Road is a mess already, even just before 7 o'clock, and we're seeing that action going out towards Muthaiga Square. Thika Superhighway is not doing too poorly. We'll just keep an eye on that. We're also seeing James Gishuru has built up early this morning. Wayaki Way, some traffic. Limuru Road is also building up. The Northern Bypass folks have decided today they'll be out and they'll be about. North Airport Road going out towards Outer Ring. Some traffic there coming into the city and then trying to find its way out towards the Eastern Bypass. Huru Highway is going to pack up, and it's going to pack up fast. If you've not left now, it'll be a good time to do so. If you wait till later, you might want to wait a little more. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter and keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
All right,
the only way to start your day.
Good morning and welcome to the second hour of The Situation Room. Happy Wednesday. It's the 5th day of July 2023 and we are live on Spice FM on KTN Home, which has been revamped. Have you watched it? Of course you watch KTN Home. All right. So,
All your favorite programs. I know you like the cartoons, and so it's coming hot and heavy. Also, your favorite soaps, CT?
That is CT.
Yeah. See?
CT is the cartoons guy.
Soaps. Oh, you are the Tom and Jerry guy.
I like an animation, surely.
Right, so
The rich
CT,
also cry, and I am not really in the same. Yes.
so whatever it is that you're looking for, your cartoons, your children's programs, your soaps, your sports programs, all of that, welcome home.
All the telenovelas and stuff, and very many good locally homegrown content. It's all there. Hiya. So we are live there, and we're also live streaming the show on YouTube and Facebook. Spice FM. If you go to Facebook, search for Spice FM, you'll find us. There's a live stream. Click on it, watch. If you go to YouTube, search for Spice FM, you'll also find a live stream. Click on it, watch. If you miss it, just go again onto Facebook and YouTube, and you'll catch up with the conversations later. Have you walked into Naivas lately? Please do today, and go to that. What do they call those things? The aisles, and then the things that have the things. What do you call the things that have the goods?
Shelves.
Those ones. Are they called shelves? That's it.
It's really, really simple.
They're called shelves.
So you have a big thing called a supermarket, and then you have a shelf.
Yes.
And you have a kiosk, and then you have a shelf.
Yes.
What do you want it to be? Display.
Something bigger.
Display.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can have display for now.
You can have a kiosk that has a shelf, and then you say a supermarket. Anyway, walk into Naivas. Check the aisle that has those things. Eric, go to the shelf.
Did it rain in your neck of the woods?
I don't know.
Anyway, go on.
Probably didn't.
Go to the shelf.
Look for Colgate, buy Colgate. Every tube of Colgate that you buy goes towards sinking a water well in the country. 30 water wells that Colgate is dealing with this particular round. They're going to benefit 150,000 people plus. Those people have currently no access to clean drinking water. Or, well, they do, but it's not easy access to clean drinking water. And so what they're saying is if you actually do this, if we help to sink the water well, number one, children will be able to attend school and stay in school the whole day because they'll not be sent by their parents to go fetching water. Then children in those schools will have access to sanitation services, hand washing, basic hand washing, sanitation in the schools. We take some of these things for granted. But imagine a school, pit latrine, very many children using it, and then you don't have hand washing. And then you talk about, diseases. Now, if we can just get them water, we are dealing with very many things. That's what Colgate is saying. Let's put a smile on a child's face. Just walk into Naivas, buy Colgate, and you will be contributing towards that. It's not that they've put in an extra 10 shillings to Colgate. No, same price for Colgate. But they are taking away part of the proceeds from that towards this. We have two guests who are joining us in the studio. Nelly Odwor is the principal research scientist at the Kenya Forestry Research Institute, KEFRI. And Caroline Kariuki is the co-founder and CEO of Greenport Enterprises Limited. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. That's the hot seat of the Situation Room, where you are, right? Karibuni sana.
Asante sana.
We'll be talking about forests. We talk about forests quite often on this show. The importance of actually making sure that we conserve our environment. And we've also been mentioning KEFRI for a while, and knowing KEFRI has various centers across the country. You have visited KEFRI.
I have.
You saw what they do.
Amazing stuff, man.
Yes. Now you'll tell us about that. You'll tell. She'll sort you out for the next round of trees. Seedlings. Yeah.
Can I have to ask a question? Is KEFRI on the tourism circuit?
Because it should. Yeah?
It should be. It should be, actually.
Because if you go to KEFRI, the things you see there, they're not heartwarming. They revolutionize your thinking and your vision. You're amazed and you wonder, all this is happening in this country. And how come I didn't know about it before I came here?
I actually didn't want to leave.
Yes.
But, life and all that.
You had to, Which KEFRI was this? Mogoga. You went to Mogoga.
I did.
Awesome.
City, please welcome our guests with the day's proverb.
Yes, our proverbs for this week come from the country of Libya. Libya was known above all other things before the civil strife with President Gaddafi. Okay? Yes. We're not talking about Gaddafi or King Idris, whom Gaddafi removed from power. We're talking about proverbs from Libya. He howled before going mad. That's today's proverb.
He howled before going mad. Caroline, what's your interpretation of it?
I think sometimes when you're really disturbed and you're really thinking through things, people do try and, reach out and figure things out. But I don't know whether we can interpret madness as madness, or is it that it's our perception of the person? I'm not too sure. Maybe the person screams and says, yeah, and cries out. And if people don't hear them, maybe we call them mad. But they could actually be part of our new reality.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Nelly.
That's a tough one.
The bar is too high.
It's raised high.
Yeah.
And madness in whose terms? Because anyone who is unwell sometimes mentally, they think they're fine.
No, they know they're fine.
They know they're fine. They know they're fine. It's your perception of them not conforming to your ideas and your ways of thinking. So for him, perhaps he was also crying out like, enough.
So from your interpretation, probably he was okay. It's the other fellows and the ones who wrote this proverb who are the ones who are
They were not okay.
Yes.
After all, who declares madman mad?
Yeah.
It's the other ones. the mad person doesn't declare themselves mad.
Just consider today we really think about Gaddafi as one of our heroes, our lost heroes, because he was condemned for what he was actually doing. But in hindsight, now we know.
He was howling.
He was howling.
Across the continent.
Across the continent,
yes.
Let's get an introduction to your two institutions. Let's start with the Kenya Forestry Research Institute.
Kenya Forest Research Institute is a state institute that deals with forestry research and allied natural resources, established in 1986. That is not to say that there was no forestry research being done before. Forestry research has been done since 1934. But before that, we were under agriculture. Then we also, the EAFRO, the East African CARI at one point, until we formed our own institution in 1986. And that's where we've been. So the headquarters is based in Muga, as you've heard. And we have 18 stations countrywide.
What do you mean by station?
These are regional centers. So the ecoregions in the country, we have coastal area, we have a regional coastal area based in Gede, and they are assisted with assistant research centers in Taita Taveta, Lamu, and also in Bura. Then we have the drylands forest ecoregion, because this country also has the dryland forest. That's basically the headquarters are in Kitui. And Kitui also has sub-centers in Kibwezi, in Garissa, and a new one that's starting up in Wajir. Then we have Muguga, where the headquarters, but we have also the Central Highlands ecoregion, which is also just next door. And for them, they have also an ecoregion sub-centers, which is in Nyeri, Rumuruti, and Meru. Then we have in Londiani, that is now the Rift Valley Ecoregional Research Program based in Londiani, and it covers a station in Tarbo, Lodwar, and Marigat. Then we have now in West Kenya, and that is at the Lake Region Ecoregion in Maseno, and it also has sub-centers in Kakamega, Ramogi, and Migori.
All right. And what about the coastal forests, the mangroves and what
The mangroves are now overseen by the coastal program at Gede. Then where I'm based is the National Forest Products Research Program, which is based at Karura. Forest products are found throughout the country, so I don't have a coverage for an ecoregion per se.
What's a forest product?
Forest products.
Yeah.
We have timber and non-timber forest products. We are talking about timber products and non-timber forest products, which could be fruits, exudants like gums and resins, fruits, medicinal plants, etc.
So the things that you actually now get out of the forests.
Things you get out sustainably from the forest.
The word sustainably.
Hallelujah.
Okay. All right.
It has to be sustainable.
We will be talking about that sustainable.
Yes.
Yes. So, Caroline, you are the co-founder and CEO of Greenport Enterprises.
Yes.
What's that?
Well, Greenport is Kenya's first wholly integrated bamboo business. So 9 years ago, we took on a very ambitious plan to create a bamboo value chain for our country. And that starts all the way from production of seedlings. We have large-scale nurseries, both in Nyeri and Narok. And then we grow the bamboo forests ourselves. We undertake, we also undertake forest restoration. And also, now moving on, we'll be producing bamboo products. All the way from, a pen that I have here, or paper and toothpicks. We keep talking about this whole debate about why is Kenya importing all these toothpicks.
And the answer is because we don't have bamboo.
No, the answer is that no one has actually commercialized bamboo. in our country. We have a lot of bamboo in our country. We've got over 150,000 hectares of existing bamboo forests. And we have also grown about 3,500 acres of bamboo forest over the last 9 years. Now ready to commercialize. Because we believe that unless you create wealth for the communities, then there's no motivation for you to actually grow a forest. There's that whole controversy about, I've got 5 acres, so what do I use it for? If it's not making sense for me, if I'm not going to get any income, then there's no point. So actually our slogan is creating wealth one tree at a time. So that's what we're trying to do for the bamboo sector.
So who do you work with?
Interestingly enough,
everybody who has like a 50 by 100 somewhere that they bought just to brag to their friends, I have a plot in there.
Yeah, we actually do have about 1,000 outgrowers in 16 of our counties in Kenya. And we have outgrowers as small as 1/4 of an acre. And our largest outgrower is a large-scale farmer in Kericho with 70 acres of bamboo that they've planted with us. So in that program, what we do is that we would then sell to you the seedlings and then give you an offtake guarantee to buy the bamboo from yourself.
This is a question I have to ask. A lot of the push we have, whether it's for forestation or for ensuring that the environment in which we live in is, of course, the word sustainable comes into force. There's always an economic attachment to it.
Yes.
What about the aesthetic? Can I not just grow bamboo because I like the way it looks? Or it makes me feel happy? Can I not just grow trees because I like trees, just because perchance it may bear fruits, but I simply like seeing trees and I like bamboo?
But that's the best way to start. Because, bamboo has so many different varieties. There are those of aesthetic value, there are those of economic value. But indeed, nothing stops you from just growing trees for growing trees' sake.
And you have seedlings for all these varieties?
No, we don't. 1,650. We've actually just chosen to specialize in what is of economic value. And then now also moving to those of, ornamental nature. So you see a lot of these, restaurants and everybody else putting up fencing for bamboo, and that's something that
this thing called well-being.
Yes.
Very important.
Very.
Yes. So alongside the economic benefits,
yes,
the things that give someone pleasure are equally important. So that importation arm of your organization, tell them to consider the aesthetic bamboo.
Yes. Those ones?
Yes. Very important.
It's just like growing a couple of roses in your backyard.
Yeah.
And somebody doing commercial farming of rose flower.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
So here we are. I'm just hearing from both of you that there's a case then to be made for cutting trees down but replenishing the source. Oftentimes it's just like, let's grow more trees and just keep putting trees back into the environment. But then we don't often speak about, look, these trees can actually serve a purpose, whether it's for growing wealth for communities, whether it's for establishing infrastructure, using the wood then to go ahead and do something. So if we shift the conversation from don't cut down trees or plant more trees, we can say that these two actions, planting trees and cutting down trees, can actually work in congruence, can they not?
They sure can do, because every tree has its uses. So we do have industrial plantations, and that's where we get timber for construction. Then we have also conservation areas where we are conserving the water issue that you're talking about, Colgate, because we have to recharge where the water is coming from. And those trees we have got to have conservation. So we have also to have aesthetics, because we have to have areas where we can sit and cool off. The parks, those are for aesthetics. So every tree, every species, every plant has a use. So everything, we just now have to know how do we do it. And for plantations, of course, they have a cycle. You plant, they'll be on the land, you manage them 25, 30 years, you'll have to remove them and replant.
Oh, okay. So how should we? Okay. So how
You
should
have to remove
we,
them.
Yeah. How should we be cutting down trees? How should it actually work? We talk about repopulation of animals, and you can go fishing or you can go hunting, right? How should it work with trees? What kind of time span are we talking about? If you've planted trees, and a tree takes how long to grow from seedling to maturity?
It depends on the species. Yes, so some they can be mature from 10 years, like the ones where we are getting transmission poles for electric poles. So we're talking about 10 years. Then if we want for timber like cypress and pines, we're talking of cycles of 25 years, 30 years.
Yeah.
And that's actually a short term, especially from where this species came from. The Nordic countries, the cycles are 60, 70 years.
Wow.
So should there be something like open season for tree felling? Because, if
you planted a plantation,
25 years, let it. And then after that 25 years, say, okay, now guys,
harvest season.
Harvest, go ahead. While other trees are being planted, how would that work so that you have this cycle whereby it's healthy for the environment, but then it's also beneficial to people for the growing of wealth?
Yes, so like Kefri Sisters organization, Kenya Forest Service, where they have the industrial plantations, they have cycles, they have programs, management plans. So even when they're removing them, so when they're planting them, even in a specific forest, they're in blocks, such that you're not clearing several hectares at a time. So when you plant now, you'll know that next season you're removing this particular block and another one. So they will, at any one time, it's not a completely bare place. And that's what, even when we are saying for private sector to get into planting tree species, then you also have to have a guidance from KFS. It's always good to have that, so that then again how will you manage it? Because even once you've planted, when you plant them, you also have to remove. Some may not grow well, some you're thinning and removing you're pruning them. So there'll be management cycles. So you need to work so that if you're planting trees for timber, so that you get a good crop at the end of the cycle. So you have to walk the journey with an expert. It helps. Yeah.
And then if I may add, we have to start with the end in mind. 1% growth in the population leads to about 14% increase in the need for wood. So we have a huge deficit. So if we start by planning and saying, look, this is a requirement for Kenya, for Africa in the next 100 years. So then you can then begin to have a very deliberate strategy to then grow the trees that you need, first of all, not just 80 trees, but then also manage it and say, look, for every tree that you cut today as an institution, then you're going to plant 5 more. And that becomes, legislated or whatever it is, so that then we enforce it. And that way, then you're always increasing that. But closer to my heart, which is bamboo, once you've planted the bamboo, it matures in 6 to 7 years. After that, you're harvesting about 25% of that clump every year. So it's like a cycle. It's like the way you harvest bananas, you just harvest what is mature.
Right.
And every year, so it becomes a cycle, and that one it becomes almost an enduring crop. That's why it's a cash crop. So you're maintaining your tree cover and at the same time getting commercial benefit from.
So harvesting of bamboo is actually not clearing the plantation.
Not at all. No. It's actually
like harvesting
management.
avocado.
It's actually sustainable management of
just picking the fruit.
It's not like maize.
It's not like maize that you have to cut the stalk.
Everything
or sugar
remove or sugar
cane.
No, sugar cane is called a ratoon. You plant, and that can be harvested 2 or 3 times more before you actually have to uproot it.
Right.
Yes.
So do we have such a plan then, Caroline? Well, we're talking about, all right, our population, yes, we have our projections of our population. We grow up by about 1 million people every year. So let's look at 2060. And this is the need that we'll have for timber then. So in 30 years, if we planted trees now, they'll be able to serve that population. Do we have such a plan? As far as you have been in this sector and you've studied?
Now that I've been in the sector close to 10 years, we have had to engage with government. Our first stop was actually at Kefri, because we wanted to understand what is the plan. Kenya has been doing research on bamboo for the last 40 years. So you can imagine the wealth of knowledge that we have on this area. The second thing that we also have done is to then really initiate a bamboo policy. And I believe in other sectors, other forest and non-forest products, we've also had such strategies. So there is a very deliberate strategy to make sure that then we have a sustainable way of maintaining our forest, of growing our forest cover and all that. So I think it's, yes, the plan is there, but from a private sector perspective as a business, yes, we must have one. Otherwise, then we would not have a company that is going to outlive us, and that's our intention.
And then there's such a national plan.
Definitely. There is, last government we had the 10% tree strategy. Right now we are on the 30% tree cover strategy. By 2032, where we are meant to raise actually in the next 10 years 15 billion seedlings.
Okay.
And that came about in trying to see if we are at 12% tree cover to raise to 30%, how do we go back and what number of trees do we need? So we came with that magic
Is
figure.
Kenya right now maintaining 12% tree cover? We know that United Nations says between 7 and 10% is what the minimal requirement is. Kenya right now is maintaining 12%?
Yes, now tree cover, because there's forest cover. Forest cover is where yes, so there's a difference.
Okay.
So the forest cover is when you have a continuous, forest of about a hectare. You've also talked about also the height of the tree and that kind of thing. The tree cover, we are even talking about how much trees, even like now the lands are getting smaller, even boundary areas. You can count those as trees. You're planting them. So the tree cover, they'll map that. Even as now we are doing that particular initiative, we've got to see how we will build it, seedling by seedling, and then ensuring not just planting, but ensuring that tree grows.
Yeah.
Because that has been our challenge for many years. Yeah.
It's growing the trees.
It's growing the trees.
Okay. Let's take a break. When we come back, you'll tell us about sustainably maintaining that tree cover and growing it. So if we are at 12% and we are looking at getting to 30% in 10 years, can we then be cutting?
Yes.
Can we continue taking this product out if we are still, how shall we do this and whether this strategy has covered all that? Let's talk about that shortly. It's 28 minutes to 8. Kenya's Biggest Conversation is hosting Nelly Odwor. She is the Program Director at the National Forest Products Research Program at Kenya Forestry Research Institute. Caroline Kariuki is a co-founder and CEO of Greenport Enterprises Limited. These are the bamboo people. From here, you'll be telling us about bamboo through and through. In a couple of years' time, Caroline tells us we'll be doing our own toothpicks. Plus more.
For all you know, we're probably doing our own toothpicks.
Oh, we are, eh?
I'm looking at some byproducts of bamboo right next to me on the table here. So these are these are more sophisticated than toothpicks. Toothpick is just some
things.
Yeah.
All right.
Simple, fundamental.
We'll be back shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthak, nice meeting you. Even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again.
Character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide it. People hiding here and there, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you were showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say. You cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
Cloudy conditions at 11 in Nairobi, highs of 21, and we'll see highs of 25. In a mostly cloudy Nakuru at 14. 13 and cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 20. And highs of 22 in a mostly cloudy Eldoret at 14. It's 22 and mostly sunny in Mombasa, highs of 28. And we'll see highs of 28 as well in a partly sunny Malindi at 23. It's 18 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 27 and highs of 27 as well in a sunny Kakamega at 17. It's partly sunny at 19 in Kampala, highs of 26 and lows of 17, and 21 will be the high in a mostly sunny Dar es Salaam at 23. 7 degrees and clear in Johannesburg, highs of 18 and lows of 4, and Lagos is cloudy at 25. We'll see highs of 29. 32 will be the high in a mostly clear Kinshasa, currently at 21.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
All right, very busy this morning, coming in heavy on Jogo Road. Getting out towards Landis now, it has picked up quite some, and we will not see that free, clear pathway towards Kamkunji. So you can avoid it, do so. Lunga is also busy. Likoni Road is not looking too bad. Trying to use us as an escape route to then get onto Huru Highway into the city. You can go ahead and do that. On the Thika Superhighway, just past surveys where we see the traffic, service lanes are doing a formidable job this morning. Use them to get into the city. Kiambu Road, on the other hand, totally different story. And there it is, traffic coming in on Limuru Road in from Ruaka, Kitisuru, all of that. That's busy right about now, as is Waiaki Way. James Gishoro, not too busy today. Over the drift, you are fine. And let's look at Outer Ring, where coming into the junction from North Airport Road, there's some traffic. So if you're coming in from Cabanas using the North Airport Road area to get to Outer Ring, it's going to slow you down a little bit. That should pass shortly. Let's talk. Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94 point.
Continues with our two guests, Nelly Odor from the Kenya Forestry Research Institute and the Bamboo Ambassador, Caroline Kariuki, who is a co-founder and CEO of Greenport Enterprises Limited. So Nelly, you talked about looking at forest products and sustainably then being able to tap into those products. So you've talked about other things, resin, I don't know, but then there's trees, which is a big topic right now.
Yeah.
There was a moratorium and that sort of a ban on logging out of an outcry by people in the country when they said, look, our forest cover is basically just being depleted and there is logging that's taking place that's uncontrolled. Now we are back to a position where we're saying, let's allow logging. Kenya Forest Service has come and said there's a way that this is going to be done. But how should we sustainably harvest from our forests?
Thank you, Eric. Yes, the logging ban in 2018, I think, was to just take a breather and just find out what is the situation with our forests. At that time, we had a new minister, and I think we just needed to understand what's going on in the landscape, and especially we had been trying to reach to the 10% tree cover. And the industrial plantations that are managed by the Kenya Forest Service is just about 130,000 hectares. And those are actually where we had to stop the logging, first of all, so that they could look at that. And then also in the community forests as well, right now that are under the management of the counties. That also had to stop so that they could actually just see what needs to be done and what is the status of their forests and what help can they get. So right now, even with the lifting of the ban, we are actually looking at those industrial plantations. Because like I had mentioned, when they are planted, they go for a certain period. So right now, those 5,000 hectares are ready, over mature actually, to be removed, and then now a system of now planting more. And at that time, we are made aware that people already had even had paid for some of the plantations. So that is what now is happening. Those ones who had already paid and they hadn't extracted the material, that is what is happening. And I think now KFS is being able to now get into the tendering and the process that they
So
are
lifting
going
of this ban is basically targeting those ones.
Yes.
Like saying there's an industrial plantation there's some I've seen in Molo, there's one where the
Molo.
president was on Sunday.
Exactly.
There's one area that has been planted and there are signs showing Team Sales has planted these trees and they've been there for years. Now those trees are big, mature.
Exactly, yeah.
So is it such kind of plantations that have been earmarked, and these ones where we know they were due to be harvested in 2021. We're in 2023, so it's okay, we can harvest.
Yes.
Or is it saying, okay, we're nani akona power, so
Enter. Because that's,
Yeah.
because that's the impression that we got. That, okay, logging season, there it is. You have a power saw or an axe, whatever you have, you're welcome into the forest. It seems as though that was what it was. But we're saying that it's controlled
It's
logging.
a controlled logging. It's
Okay.
controlled logging because you can't just enter the industrial plantations without the KFS knowing. And already you have bid, you've already known how much you need to remove, the age of this particular species, and you get the permit to remove it. So it's that process that is now ongoing.
community?
The community now get involved because now we need to re-establish. Once that is removed, the land now becomes bare. Now we need to re-establish more plantations. So where the community comes in is that they help in assisting in establishing. There's a PELIS program, the Plantation Establishment and Livelihood System, whereby we, now...
It's the English name for Shamba system.
The Shamba system.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
What is it again?
It's Pellis.
PELIS. Pelis.
Who will spell it?
So that's the Shamba system, where now you use the community to now raise your new generation of plantations. So as they are raising the trees, they are also planting their food crops. And what that helps is that they are weeding.
Yeah.
Because until the tree seedling reaches a certain height where it can now survive without too much competition from the grass and other weeds, then now the community moves out. Yeah, so that is where the community comes in and benefits.
Okay.
And also with trees, there'll be also kuni, so that's also something else that also comes out. And KFS is also able to sell that.
To channel
as well.
that.
Yes.
That is okay. When you talk about the industrial forests that are managed by KFS, so it's clear. I mean, these trees, all of them same age, so we can cut and they go. Community forests, where now it's all haphazard. Some of them could be indigenous trees that are there that will be saying, Inti kata. How do we manage that? Part of the complaints, I'm sure you'll bear witness here, is by 2018, by the time this ban was being imposed, people were just going into a forest, a community forest, and just cutting trees because the tree looks old enough and mature enough. Cut it.
Yes. So now, a number of forestry functions were devolved when we promulgated and went into counties. And so from the national policy, the county governments were also to customize into their own, county policies on how they could be able to manage the forests that they have. There's some with indigenous forests, there's some with community woodlands, and those are some of the things that we need also to see how to help them. Because we are 90% semi-arid.
Yeah.
This is something to worry about.
What percentage again?
90% semi-arid.
Have we always been 90%
We used to
semi-arid?
be 70. When we were growing up, it was about 75%.
When he was growing up, it was that.
So, of course, with many factors,
Yeah.
that has come in with the climate change and desertification, not ensuring that trees that could sprout back, not ensuring that they can grow back, not managing those woodlands, that is what's causing us to get into 90%. It's really frightening.
What exactly are woodlands?
The drier areas, the
Savannah?
the savanna, we get from the savanna, the woodlands, the grasslands. So there are also brushlands or bushlands. So the woodlands you'll get now are trees which will not grow as tall as maybe the cypress and the eucalyptus. But yes, But you have now the acacia trees. Yeah. That's where you'll find them. And other species which grow in those ecosystems.
In this discussion, there's always this matter of greenhouse effect, climate change, and carbon dioxide is right in the middle of this discussion, and what trees do to absorb it and what they do in transferring into their system and onto the soil. Now, are there trees that are better at doing this job than others? And when you talk about research and the planting of trees, how do you systematically ensure that you meet all the needs that trees are supposed to meet? This carbon dioxide absorption, ensuring that we have adequate forest cover for purposes of rain and other associated matters, the aesthetic matters, the commercial matters. How does research play into this and balance all this?
Very good question, CT. So in all these ecoregions, remember I was telling you that we have carefree ecoregions? The tree species are also very different in the different areas. So we have a tree site mapping. So you've got to know. So now that we are planting trees, you have got to know which species is suited for that area. And even when we had the cypresses and the pines coming in, they had tried them in the different areas.
What determines suitability?
The ecoregion, the rainfall, the soil type, and the temperatures, definitely.
But with research...
And the altitude.
Yes, but with research, can you not commingle these things so that you actually come up with a variety that is resistant to these harsh climates and that can grow anywhere, this sort of thing?
I don't know about growing anywhere. What we do is breeding. Now we're getting into tree breeding. Exactly.
Yes.
So you're tree breeding either against, so that they're disease resistant, or you're getting a straight tree, less branches, or you want more branches so that it has very many seeds.
Yes.
So that is going on in Kefri.
It is, huh?
It goes on in Kefri. So like now there's a species, it's a hardwood species, fast growing in the drylands called Melia vocata, the Mokao. Mokao is mainly in Makamba, and mainly in eastern Kenya. And it's a wonderful tree, fast growing. In 15 years, you can get actually a mature tree that you can harvest and sow beautiful timber that is the color of mahogany. So that is one species that we've worked on for very many years. First of all, when we got the seed, it was very difficult even to propagate. We got into that issue and we're now propagating.
Propagate is the human equivalent of impregnating.
Germinating. Thank you, CT, trying at least to make sure that everyone is understanding the terminologies I'm using. Exactly. Just to get the seed and then to grow it. Germinating. Yes. Thank you, Caroline. So from that, and then now, because we could see its potential, so we had scientists going to look at plus trees. A plus tree is, you see a tree that is looking very nice, we want to get that seed. And then, that is the one you want to propagate, and then now maybe try and breed it. Then there's one which is having very many branches. Maybe like for the acacias, because of firewood and whatever, that is again something else you're looking at. The traits you're trying to get. So you breed it for those traits. So for the Melia, I know we've pushed it also to very drier places to just see. And they could be just slight differences. Of course, anything that you feed well will grow well, just like a human being. So when you take it to a bit drier, it will survive, yes, much slower, but you'll still get tree cover in those areas. Yeah.
The thing that I want to ask, even as I can see you've segregated the various divisions that you have to meet the needs and the suitability of conditions to have these plantations. But there are people who live here. What efforts does Kefri? Oh, Kefri is the other one. Kefri.
Yes.
How do you go about engaging these communities to understand these wonderful benefits that you, as research scientists, know all too well?
One of our mandates is dissemination of that information.
Yes.
How do we share that information and with who? So you've got to make it palatable. So the science part of it is for the researchers. We'll share it in journals. Then we get into...
Pause.
That's probably where we ought to rethink. Assuming that the science can only be understood by scientists may not be entirely true. But anyway, go on.
Now, then we break that in a way that people can now understand it. Now, we could have, what do you call them? Leaflets, radio shows the way we are having now, the agricultural shows. We have also field days. All these centers I'd mentioned, we all have to have several field days, almost every year, 6 in the ecoregions, the different ecoregions. The vernacular radio stations have come. Those are really pushing it quite a lot with the tree planting and the information that we are sharing. Whether it's also diseases, because we're also telling them, also monitor, because sometimes you can plant trees and you start seeing things are drying up and you can't understand what's happening. So there are ways now we are able to get that information, to let them know, please share when you see this information, this is what you need to do. Let us know. We send a team and they're able to address those issues. But sharing that information, whether it's in guidelines, whether it's in that researchable material that we're talking about, but making it in understandable terms, in the way we can be able to do it.
Do you have champions? Do you have, say, specific people who not just propagate what you're saying, but actually put it to practice so that the locals can actually see that what is being spoken of can be envisioned and can actually be participated in by them in a local area?
Yes, because now what we now do is that we have demonstration of these particular species at demo farms, at farms with farmers. So sometimes we have agreements with farmers. This is what we want you to do. We will manage for you. And it's also a showcasing for other farmers to come and see. So we have, like Mokao, there's a specific farmer in Kibwezi who has been our champion, been recognized even by the head of state for what he has done. He delved into it in his 60s, and right now he's known in the region. And many people have been going there to see what he's doing, and they're able to replicate. In other regions, it's also happening with the different species. For bamboo as well, we do have that as...
See, I come from a region that's not very far from Kericho. So we share a similar ecosystem. Do you have champions for bamboo growing?
Yes, we do. Over and above what we are doing ourselves, we've got all the farmers who we've recruited. And you find that the champion farmers also, are very proud to showcase the bamboo that they're growing.
How do I apply to be recruited?
It's very easy. Just tell me. Like now.
Just talk to Carol.
Talk to me.
Right?
Yeah, it's so easy.
That's it.
And then we'll come and visit you and, just make sure that
this
you're
thing that you
growing the right
stopped doing sugarcane.
Yes.
And you have now this land.
I do.
And it's near Kericho.
It's very near.
And there's somebody with a 70-acre proof of concept in your neighborhood. Talk to Carol.
I'm going to talk to Carol.
Yeah. And then you can become the community champion.
Yes.
So, Carol, you said that when you're working with the communities, you guarantee end-to-end support. For example, provision of seedlings. I'm sure you also have the extension services in helping to grow these trees and the offtake, right? So, what are those minimum guarantees? Now we're in the era of guaranteed minimum returns.
Yes.
Okay, so...
When we start with a farmer, we just also go through what is your expected return. So we are expecting a farmer to earn about 200,000 shillings or so every year once the bamboo plantations mature. And that's a proposition that is based on how many trees are you planting, what is the expected harvest annually, and on that basis then we tell you, like, if you do have, say, about 20 tons, and we are buying each of them for 5,000 to 7,000 shillings, which is a market price right now, per ton. Then after that, then you will expect to get your 200,000 shillings every year. And as the plantation matures, it becomes bigger and your harvest also grows to about, say, 30 tons. So that way then you can see the progression. So that's how we are working on it.
How many acres of bamboo do I need to produce a ton?
1 acre will produce 20 to 30 tons.
Okay.
So annually. So that's quite something.
Back to the logging ban.
Yes.
Were you affected by the logging ban?
We were very affected by the logging ban. Way back in 2016, just after we started planting the bamboo, one of the things that was very clear to us, for the bamboo to be uptaken by many of the farmers to choose to plant in their own plantations, was the fact that they needed to see a factory. Where will I sell this bamboo? Every farmer is concerned about the market. Don't come and bring us a product that doesn't have a market.
Yeah.
So we actually went to KFS and requested, can you give us 5,000 hectares of existing bamboo forest so that we can set up a factory to produce the bamboo products. And we went through the whole process. And sometimes it's good to be ignorant. You just walk in with confidence and you just say, this is what I want and this is why I want it. Right. And this is how we're going to take care of the forest to ensure that we are managing it sustainably. So KFS was very agreeable at the time, and they told us, we will give you this land and these are the conditions. And we went ahead and met the conditions. Unfortunately, when the logging ban came, everybody grew cold feet. And they said, you can't touch the forest. They're going to go and, harvest from the rainforest area.
Yeah.
So for us, it was a huge blow to the actual growth of the bamboo sector in this country. Because if we had started that factory way back in 2017, today we wouldn't even be talking about people, are you going to grow bamboo or not? We'd have seen huge growth because the farmers would have an assurance of the market. But it set us way back. But, so I think this is a very positive move that we are going into, where people, but we must make sure that, there's due care taken, and that also you're vetting who is coming into this business, to make sure that then we take care of the forest and we're not destroying the natural forest, so to speak.
Okay, I was going to ask you, the follow-up question was, don't you think then, because we only have 12% cover and we are targeting 30%, maybe it's not about time to lift the ban? So we can stay. What do we stand to lose if we extend this by another 5 years? I can see, of course,
I'll give you an example.
You will not answer.
No, I'll give you an example. They say that Sweden today has 70% tree cover. And the reason for that is because they encouraged commercial forestry. So what they said, and then they also put in the regulations and said, look, if you cut one tree, you have to plant 2 trees. So in a period of less than 30 years, they've managed to double their tree cover. So that's what we need to do, and just say, look, if we allow you, because us guys, we're going to do it for 10 years, and then after that, say, look, should we continue? Have we done it correctly? And of course, be policed by the Kenya Forest Service. That's a mandate. And how are we doing it? So we actually went through a lot of sustainable forest management practices in natural forests. That it happens world over. So it's not something that it's not recreating the wheel. So I would then say that if we are going to achieve this, it actually sounds counterintuitive, but that's the correct way to do it. By encouraging people and telling them, it's just like avocados. Look at avocados today. You don't even have to be encouraged. Everybody's dying to do it.
Because you can see the benefit.
Yeah, they can see the benefit.
So then, Nelly, if we're talking about, trying to get towards 30% tree cover and saying if you take a tree down, put 2 back, how long will it take to get from the current 12% to 30% with that practice?
Actually, the strategy is saying that each year, each individual is to plant 30 trees. Such that in 10 years, each Kenyan has planted 300 trees. And that's why you saw the head of state saying, you plant your age, because maybe you have a child who's 1 year, there are people who have been born. So there was an average. I think my colleagues were able to get that. So they've sort of averaged that at 30 trees each year.
Per person per year.
Per person per year. That's what will contribute to the 15 billion trees, 30% tree cover by that time. But there are already some trees already maturing as we continue going on and planting. And the game changer right now is it's now a variety of trees that we are not just in industrial timber. We're talking of fruit trees. is now being included. So the avocados are coming in, the pawpaws are coming in, oranges are coming in. You know, we are now even getting involved with schools and colleges where there is enough land. And you can even set up a woodlot or a fruit orchard and ensure that those trees are surviving and they grow. And that's the strategy, because it's all hands on deck. That's what the government is asking for. It's no longer just a carefree affair or carefest. Everyone, this is your responsibility. If I can just be allowed to quote, in the Bible, we were charged to take care of the environment. This is now our time. Everyone has to take care of it and ensure that you're actually, you know, ensuring that we are planting a tree and ensuring it's growing and taking care of the environment. So even the trees that we're even planting to ensure that we're reducing soil erosion, reduce the soil loss into the rivers. Degraded lands, 5.1 million hectares. We've got to do that as well under this 10-year UN land restoration. Those, again, we've got to look for the species that can now reclaim those degraded lands. Yeah.
Well, very well said, Caroline. And Nelly, you know, when we said it, when the president was saying what he was saying on Sunday, it was on the back of a lot of work and a lot of information that he had consumed. The way he said it, with the short time that he said it, may have been now taken a whole different route.
Yeah.
But thank you for clarifying. Nelly Oduor is the Program Director at National Forest Products Research Program at KEFRI, and Caroline Kariuki is the Bamboo Lady. She is the co-founder and CEO of Greenport Enterprises Limited. Keep it here for more conversations. It's 8 a.m.
Has filed a notice of appeal on High Court's ruling that invalidated the appointment of 50 chief administrative secretaries by President William Ruto. The matter, which has been certified urgent, will be mentioned today at 9 a.m. before Lady Justice Muguretande. In the Monday ruling, judges Kanyi Kimondo, Hedwig Ongudi and Alim Visram ruled that public participation in the creation of the CAS post was only conducted for 23 occupants, and the creation of the additional 27 occupants did not adhere to the constitutional requirement of public participation. These as chief administrative secretaries who suffered the blow after the High Court ruled as unconstitutional their appointments have vowed to challenge the decision. Through their lawyer Adrian Kamotho, the CASs said they will be seeking an interpretation at the Court of Appeal on the verdict issued by the three judges. Kamotho further said the ruling by the three-judge bench has created jurisprudential chaos because there exists another ruling which okayed the creation of the position. And Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has directed that all public service vehicles and school buses must be fitted with dashboard cameras to help in curbing road accidents. Speaking during a prayer service for the victims of the Londiani accident that claimed more than 50 lives, Murkomen stated that the cameras, together with vehicle telematics system, will be seamlessly integrated with the National Transport and Safety Authority database. He stated that the implementation of dashboard cameras and vehicle telematics in PSVs make a significant step towards enhancing safety, accountability and efficiency within the public transportation sector. Now, the Communications Authority of Kenya and the Directorate of Criminal Investigations have failed to convince the National Assembly Education Committee of views on how to curb examination cheating. Committee Chair Julius Meli said the authorities did not provide conclusive information on the investigations towards national examination malpractices. Meli therefore sent back the authorities to go back with a detailed report on ways to curb examination cheating. The Communications Authority of Kenya Director General Ezra Chiloba had announced that they are currently handling 36 cases of social media accounts impersonating the Ministry of Education. Now, the Milimani Anti-Corruption Court has allowed the DPP to withdraw a 167 million shillings NYS case against former Youth and Gender PS Lilian Omolo. Following the application, the 12 charges of abuse of office and conspiracy to commit an economic crime were dismissed. The application to withdraw the suit was based on Section 87A of the Criminal Procedure Act Code, after witnesses who testified failed to directly or indirectly link the former PS. However, the case against Singirita and co-accused persons, as well as others, will continue. And Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki has urged community and religious leaders as well as residents in the northeastern region to join forces with security agencies in the fight against terrorism. Speaking of Nituad, Wajir and Mandera counties, Kindiki appealed to the public to volunteer information on criminal elements residing around them for appropriate action. Kindiki emphasized the importance of a united front in tackling the menace, which he says threatens the country's stability. This call comes in the wake of escalating number of attacks by the Somalia-based Al-Qaeda-linked jihadist group Al-Shabaab in the country's north and coastal regions, with Garissa, Mandera, Wajir and Lamu counties bearing the brunt of the attacks due to the proximity to Somalia border. And State House met with media editors to unpack the government's agenda. This State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed said the meeting was the first in a series of engagements the state seeks to have with other stakeholders as well. He said this is aimed at ensuring the fourth estate had a glimpse of President William Ruto's plans for the nation and his commitment to fulfilling them. Mohammed noted that the Kenya Kwanza regime is keen on engaging citizens with the ultimate goal of ensuring the promises made to Kenyans are fulfilled and the government is held accountable.
The meeting we had was with the media fraternity. Of course, you can't have an engagement with all media at the same time. And what we were doing was just engaging them in an informal discussion, giving them an overview of the vision, priorities, and sector interventions that the president and the government is undertaking to ensure that in the transformation of our country through the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, there's a clear correlation between the actions that are being undertaken by the president and, of course, the administration with the objectives that were outlined in the manifesto.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, a few minutes after 8 o'clock, and we see traffic heavy on Lunga Lunga. It's touching on the Likoni interchange and touching on the southern bypass just a wee bit. We see traffic on North Airport Road heavy as you're getting out towards the eastern bypass, and touching on Outer Ring as well. So that whole area then will come out towards Jogo Road. It's heavy on Landis, and then out towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. Rilo Dinga Way is taking some traffic coming off of Langata Road. That is heavy as then you get onto Huru Highway. It's dwindling a little bit on the Thika Super Highway, but heavy on Kiambu Road, heavy on James Gishuru as you come out on Waiaki Way. So we're in traffic hour proper, early, but we are. Let's know what's going on where you are. We shouldn't have too much trouble. In certain parts, it'll take a little while before it's over, but it's manageable. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter and keep things moving this Wednesday.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation
8
Room.
minutes after 8. Thank you very much for keeping it locked on Spice FM, on KTN Home, and online on YouTube and Facebook, where the Situation Room takes place every weekday morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. As we get into this new hour, again, it's calling out to you to support Colgate in what they're doing, which is bringing a smile to children across the country. Children who basically have no access to safe drinking water, and they're looking for that safe drinking water. And Colgate has decided, we're going to do something about it. They've identified some communities that have at least about 150,000 people, and they've said we want to sink some 30 water wells. All you need to do to support them is walk into Naivas supermarket, or you can also shop from Naivas online, and every tube of Colgate that you buy helps in this endeavor to sink 30 water wells across the country to support these people. Okay? So here, ni mambo tunaendelea. Our next guest is in the studio. Crystal Asige is a nominated senator. She is in the Senate, and she has been making boss moves. In addition to being a musician and well-known musician, she is now also a legislator, and she's been making boss moves in the Senate, representing persons with disability and championing the cause of persons with disability from the Senate. She's here. Good morning, Senator.
Morning. Hey, how are you?
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Asante. It's a very serious room. Like the atmosphere is just like, wow.
How about the seat?
It's warm right now. I hear that it's going to get hot, right? So, but I'm happy to be here. I've always looked forward to coming here. This is my first time, those who don't know. But it's got this format of like the Breakfast Club from New York. 3 presenters. I love it. So I'm excited.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Karibu. CT has the day's proverb. He always has a proverb every week, from proverbs from one country every week.
Yes, our proverbs for this week are from the country of Libya. All our proverbs are from the continent of Africa. Every once in a while, we will showcase a proverb from some other part of the world, but just to sort of like augment the proverb for the day from Africa. This week, our proverbs, as I have said, are from the country of Libya. He howled before going mad.
He howled before going mad. Senator, what's your interpretation of that?
My first reaction is that you can usually see or you can hear that someone is called for help before they go to the extreme. He howled, meaning there were signs, there were inclinations of, struggle or some sort of discomfort before he went mad. So I suppose for me, the moral would be that pay attention to people. Even the smallest of changes, pay attention to them.
But for people ignoring or not heeding to the howling, he'd not have gone mad.
Actually, I've got one that's related. Can I give you mine?
Yes.
That I heard recently?
Yes.
Anxiety is the dizziness of freedom.
Hey. Dizziness. All right.
Next you fall. Anxiety is the dizziness of freedom.
The idea being, from my interpretation, that when you have too much freedom, it turns into anxiety, because as human beings we need to be busy. We're not really that comfortable in so much freedom, and so it sort of turns into anxiety. It's the dizziness of freedom.
Do I hear you to be saying that democracy is not really that good if it's practiced to the fullest? Because democracy affords us freedom.
Interpretation.
Yes, it is.
Senator, you were in the news last week. And with something that was happening in the Senate. So there was a committee that was investigating the impeachment by the County Assembly of Siaya of the Deputy Governor of Siaya. The committee had done its report, had presented the report to the House, and you stood up and you said, you know what, I haven't interrogated this report. because it has not been presented to me in a manner that I would be able to consume it. And of course, the Speaker of the Senate, Amason Kingi, took issue with that and saying, you should have, by the time the Senate clerks were actually sharing out the report, they should have remembered that you also are in the House and you need to be able to access it. Is this something that happens a lot, or was it just this one because of probably time and rushing and all?
It's not just happened once. I have to also give a disclaimer that Parliament, both houses, around the corridors, there's a lot of accessibility. They have done actually a really good job in terms of the physical accessibility of Parliament and the areas around it, surrounding Parliament. I think the gap is where historically they have been very used to, or they have been more used to having members of Parliament with physical disabilities. So sensory disabilities, neurodiverse disabilities have not really been catered for or fully looked into in terms of how do we make this place as easy to interact with as possible for a deaf person, for a blind person, for an autistic person, for someone who maybe has Down syndrome, etc., etc. So the physical building, sure, there's ramps, there's wide corridors, there's slip-resistant flooring, there are wide entrances, pathways, all of it, all the stuff is there. It's just that I think when you're encountered with, or when you get in touch with something that's new, it takes a bit of time to get used to. But that issue of having accessible documentation, it wasn't like I was asking for bells and whistles, It was just, hey, please, I would really love for these documents to be given to me in soft copy. I wasn't asking, I'm not actually a Braille reader. Many people don't know that. I'm not a Braille reader because I was not born with a disability. So my disability, I acquired it later in life when I was already, very tech savvy, or rather I was leaning toward tech. So when I became blind, I just followed that same route. So for me, my devices, my screen reader, my iPad, that's how I function. So if I were a Braille reader, though, imagine all of those documents, the standing orders, the order paper, every single thing in the library, all the bills that I'm working on, whether they're draft 1, draft 2, draft 3, they would have to find a way, and an effective way, and a quick way to then turn it to Braille. So in fact, I'm doing them a bit of a favor. At least I'm coming in, sort of like...
You're halfway.
Yes. So the day that there is a member of Parliament who is a Braille reader alone, then they hopefully will be more ready. So that's I'm just trying to make it better for the next person. That's in my mind what I'm doing.
Is it possible for you to talk a little bit about how your disability came about?
Yeah, sure. So I have glaucoma. Yes. It's a condition that I feel like you might have spoken about here before with professionals, ophthalmologists. And so I wasn't born blind. It was in high school that I started to realize that my eyesight was, not as good as it should be. I used to be an avid, and I still am, a sports fan. I used to, be on all the teams, house captain, sports captain, extracurricular captain, all those things. But it was doing those things plus the singing, the acting, the being on stage, reading scripts, when I realized, when I read the script, like I've got to squint. Or now that I'm in class, I used to be a backbencher. Every semester or every term you see me moving a bit more forward, bit forward. And then I would try to cope by doing things like hiding, basically. Hiding in the sense of, no, sir, I don't really want to talk today. Or coming late to class because I know that the first person, when you come on time, you'll be asked to stand up and read, the prayer or something. So I used to have these coping mechanisms so that nobody would really know. I didn't know what was going on with myself. And then also, kids are brutal. Right? When you're different in any way, shape or form, it's not like they're like, oh, you're different, let's try to understand it. They're just like, you're different. Let's tease it. So I was trying to avoid all that by coping. And then when I went to university, fast forward, I went to study in the UK. That's when I went for a normal checkup, because by that time I had some glasses, which I used to use for reading. I went for a checkup and they told me, we're sorry. You need to stop all that you're doing today and go to an ophthalmologist. Don't go to another optician because your issue seems quite urgent to go into the hospital and get your eyes tested because your pressures in your eyes are in the 40s. And normal pressure should be between like 10 and 15. So from
10
there,
and 15, and you were in the 40s.
correct.
Okay.
So from there, I did a bunch of tests at the eye hospital, and then I was sat down by the doctor, and I was told, "This is what you have. It's called glaucoma. It's more aggressive in black people because also you're young. It'll have more time to take its effect because it usually happens to elderly 70, 80-year-olds." Yeah, and just all that will come with it. And they gave me a prediction of I'll be blind by around 25, so on and so forth. So I need to basically get myself ready.
Did you? Did you immediately start acting on that? Or did you say, come on, these guys?
I was definitely like, come on. I was like, these Wazungus, they don't know my God,
Yeah.
What? What are they saying? I'm going to go blind.
Doomsayers.
Correct.
Yeah.
I was like, how can God have told me that you're going to be a person of the stage? You're going to be a singer. You're going to be somebody who speaks to people, uses your voice.
Sportswoman.
I need my eyesight, of course. So at that time, I was in denial. I spiraled a little bit. I started to do things that were not in my nature because of the coping and the ignoring. And then finally I had to just, face it. And I was alone in the UK. My parents were not there. I was living alone in Bristol. So, and the friends that I had over there, of course, they're all young people, right? They're all 19, 20-year-olds, partying, living life, exploring. They don't have time to, again, like in high school, give you a shoulder to lean on. We understand what you're going through. Let's come around your community. So I was doing it very much by myself and with God, I suppose. Yeah. So when I faced it, when I said, okay, all right, God, I'm here now. I can see it's happening because you can see when your eyesight declines. It's not like you wake up and you don't notice it. So it was something that was with me every morning, every day. And I just came to a place where I said, all right, God, if this is happening, that's cool. But you be the one that leads me along this path. Because I need someone to hold my hand. I need someone to help.
So why politics? Fast forward again.
Why anything? I suppose. When you have a purpose, I think the universe comes around you to help you in every way possible to achieve that purpose. That's if you have agreed to take up that assignment. That's what I believe. And I think it's just another culmination, another branch of using my voice. I'm a singer. I'm a poet. I write. I speak. And this is just another avenue to do the same thing, but on a much bigger platform, which not everyone gets the opportunity to do, for sure. But I think it's part of the story. Whatever the story will be at the end of the day, it's part of it.
When you sing and you write poetry, what do you seek to communicate?
I seek to communicate that everyone wants to be seen and to be heard and to be understood, no matter their ability or disability. Like that's what, as human beings, we all want, right? That's what I believe. We all want to be acknowledged, to be valued for our opinions and our thoughts and our ideas, to be accepted, no matter what form that takes. So I think that is my ultimate sort of assignment.
Oftentimes when we think or when we have a conversation about the inclusion of persons living and working with disabilities, we say it's because they want to come and contribute something to the conversation without even being sensitive to the fact that, wait a minute, these are human beings who are part of the conversation anyway. So for you getting into politics, getting into anything that you would have gotten into, was it to be part of the conversation or was it to change something in the current conversation that did not include somebody who would have a challenge?
I think in everything I do, I don't just come to be in the system, I come to rebuild the system. So absolutely, there is a teaching that all of us have to deposit in this world. Otherwise, we're not supposed to be here. That's what you guys do here every single morning, right? That's what I believe. And so I think my teaching is about acceptance. It's about diversity. It's about inclusion. And so wherever it is that I go, I'm constantly teaching.
Right.
In fact, can I get some things off my chest? Just
Please.
like
Please get
2
them
minutes.
off your chest.
Okay,
Take
great.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your indulgence. So I think that it's really important for Kenyans to understand, and this is what I've been seeing, and the disabled fraternity are wanting these messages to be cascaded, across the nation as much as possible, which is language. That's the first thing I'll say. Language is really important. And this idea, or rather the tradition of saying persons living with disabilities, I think needs to be phased out. The correct term is persons with disabilities. So, you are your personality. You are your character. That's your identity. It's part of who you are. You are a woman, you're a man, you are black, you're tall, whatever it might be. And so, when the society says persons living with disabilities, we're not living with disabilities. You live with your parents, you live with your auntie, you live with a housemate, you live with a pet. But a disability is not something that you live with. It's not something that's outside of who I am. It's correct. It's just like my personality, my character, my disability. So since, of course, Kenya is a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities from 2008, and that is how it is. The terminology is very clear. It's persons or people with disabilities, not living with. So, number one, Kenyans, kindly, let's try and drop the living with that in mind. You're not living with blackness, you are black, for example, right? And then the other thing is euphemisms, okay? I don't know if anyone is close to the internet, if you can pull up the meaning of euphemism. Or I can actually, let me ask Siri to assist.
Notifications button.
Okay. Hey Siri, what's the meaning of euphemism?
Euphemism means a mild or indirect word or expression substituted for one considered to be too harsh or blunt when referring to something unpleasant or embarrassing.
Did we hear that?
I can repeat it.
Good.
A mild or indirect word or expression substituted for one considered to be too harsh or blunt when referring to something unpleasant or embarrassing.
Correct. So with that in mind, euphemisms are usually used, for example, to talk about sex. It's something that we're a bit embarrassed about, so it's a milder way to describe. Bodily functions, we use euphemism. Death, we use euphemisms, right? And then also, society has turned disability into euphemisms. Handicap, the word. I did some research a long time ago. And it seems to stem from a time where in the horse races, rich men come together, go to the horse races. And what happens is that the faster horses, they put weights on them so they can be a bit slower and at least give a bit of competition to the slower horses. There's a bit of competition, right? So that was called a handicap. You handicap the horse. So that is where it's reported, this word which we now use to describe or identify persons with disabilities comes from. That we are almost like, it's almost the idea of we are handicapped from the race of life kind of thing. We have an extra weight, an extra burden on us. So instead of just saying disability, we say handicap, because for you guys, not you, the three in the room, I mean you, society, the non-disabled, feel like it's a bit, it's a bit more polite, to say handicap.
Being cautious.
Correct.
Right.
Another euphemism.
Than to say?
Than to say disabled.
Okay.
Yeah. It makes you, non-disabled people, feel better about acknowledging us by
but it
saying
doesn't
handicap.
better the situation of the disabled person.
Correct.
Okay.
So handicap is a euphemism in disability. differently abled is a euphemism. Diffability instead of disability. Diffability. Handicapable, I've heard that as well being used. All of these euphemisms then sort of like watered down our humanity. That's what I believe. And in fact, there's a report that I read that shows that the two most hated words by the disabled fraternity is handicap and differently abled. Because, I mean, we're all differently abled. Sitting at this table, you're differently abled from me and each other, etc. So what's up, Another one, special needs. That is, for me, that takes the cake,
Right.
Because as much as we are all special, none of us are special. That's my opinion.
Are there people with special needs?
I think we all have special needs.
Like special.
What then should be the term that is non-offensive, non-condescending, and actually gives the humanity part of everyone its rightful place?
Person or people with disabilities.
That's it.
Yeah.
And instead of saying that somebody who has sight disability, if you said someone was blind, would you be rude?
No, because that is the neutral term for that condition, if that person is indeed blind. For example, I call myself a visually impaired person, VIP. Yes. That's what I refer to myself, because I am visually impaired. Like I said, I wasn't born blind. I was born with full sight, and mine continued to decline over several years. So it was low vision, and right now I can, like, very small. I can tell like it's daytime. That's about it. I can't see any of you or anything. I'm sure that you're looking beautiful and handsome and all that, but I can't see, right? So I'm low vision, therefore visually impaired. Other people will prefer just to be called blind because they see nothing and they haven't ever seen, or whatever circumstances led them to that place. A deaf person would rather be called deaf than hearing impaired, for example. So I think just calling something what it is, and then also realizing that everyone is an individual, and the way you want me to call you Eric Latiff, because that is how you identify yourself. I don't just come and call you Stanley Mbogwa.
No.
Right? Just because. Yeah, correct. Yeah, so I have to come to you and figure out, okay, what is it that you prefer? And then from there, take that cue.
Is it off your chest now?
Those things are off my chest. I mean, there's so much more to say, but
I have two questions.
At least those.
So, disabled is not a bad word?
No.
So can you say this is a disabled person?
This
or
is a
must
person?
I say a person with disability?
Yeah. That is the terminology that is used worldwide.
Okay. You take issue with special needs.
Yes.
Now, of course, our education system has a category of schools that are called special needs schools. Right? Do you take issue with that as well?
I do.
And there are teachers who are specialized in special needs.
The course is called special education.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It has been called special education for the longest time.
Yeah. In short, people call it SPED. In some places.
Yes. Do you have an issue with that?
So personally, I do. Yes. It's still in the euphemism sort of discussion, that piece. I think, like I said, we're all special and none of us are special. And saying special needs then connotes that this person here, Crystal, needs something extra. We need to pay extra attention. And it's not like a positive extra. It's more like a negative extra, the way it is used in society, the way we've been socialized, right? And so when you do that, you're segregating that person further than just saying that is a learner with a disability, or that is a disability professional instead of a special needs teacher. So right now in Senate, I'm co-sponsoring a bill which had originally a title of Special Needs Education Bill.
Yep.
I came in and I kind of like rocked, shook up the place. And I said, yeah, well, according to this research, and this is what's happening around the world, progressively speaking, XYZ. I did a whole presentation. I did all the stuff. And I said, if we are writing law that is supposed to be progressive, that is supposed to be forward-thinking, we need to make sure that language is also considered very, very strongly. This needs to turn into learners with disabilities.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now the bill is the Learners with Disabilities Bill.
Correct.
We'll talk about that and many others after this break, but let's take the break. 27 minutes to 9, our guest is nominated Senator Crystal Aigi, who is here with us in the studio. As we take this break, we'll be back shortly on Spice FM, KTN Home and online.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's that time again when we get to gather around and marvel at the great engineering, raw power, finesse, and share in our round motor love for motoring at the annual Digger Motor Show 2023. From car lovers, bike enthusiasts, spare part dealers, insurance, as well as asset financiers and more, this year's Digger Motor Show will be one for the books. We're talking a whole 4-day event from Thursday 20th to Sunday 23rd at KICC Grounds, Nairobi, where we will have something for everyone, so you better not miss out. Get the family, bring your friends, and share in the joys that will give you lasting memories and an experience you're bound to not forget. For more information or participation, contact Caroline on 0723-803601 or email sinyandiaka@standardmedia.co.ke. Digger Motor Show 2023 is brought to you by Standard Group and Digger Motors and is powered by Spice FM. You have been saving and are now seeking a safe and secure investment for a profitable return. For an investment that is cushioned from inflation, call 0740-400-215. You can now start collecting rental income from your unit at 1255 Palm Ridge in Kilifi by Vipingo Development. When the engine revs, will you be ready to get all that petrolhead enthusiasm at this year's annual Digger Motor Show? Well, you better belt up and make your way to KICC from the 20th to the 23rd of July 2023 for a wholesome 4-day event. Come and join car lovers, bike enthusiasts, spare part dealers, insurance, as well as asset financiers and more for what will be an unforgettable experience by far. We are going all out to make it a great show for you and the whole family with something for everyone, so you better not miss out. For more information or participation, contact Caroline on 0723-803601 or email sinyandiaka@standardmedia.co.ke. Digger Motor Show 2023 is brought to you by Standard Group and Digger Motors and is powered by Spice FM. You have been saving and are now seeking a safe and secure investment for a profitable return. For an investment that is cushioned from inflation, call 0719-034-550. With a deposit of as little as 250,000, you can now start collecting rental income from your unit at Elmer Estate in Kasarani by Centum Real Estate.
Mostly cloudy in Nairobi, highs of 21 and lows of 11 today. 16 and partly sunny in Nakuru, highs of 25. 21 will be the high in a cloudy Nyeri, and it's 16 and sunny in Eldoret, highs of 23. 24 and sunny in Mombasa, highs of 28. 29 will be the high in a partly sunny Malindi at 24. It's 21 and sunny in Kisumu, highs of 28, and 27 will be the high in a partly sunny Kakamega at 19. At 22, Kampala is sunny, highs of 26, and Tanzania, Dar es Salaam is sunny at 24. 8 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, highs of 18, and 25 and cloudy in Lagos. 29 will be the high. 32 will be the high in a sunny Kinshasa, currently at 21.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, traffic situation. Most parts of the city this morning seems to be dwindling. Dying down, but we still see some heavy traffic on the Thika Superhighway just past the survey over the drifts going towards the CBD. It's heavy on Murang'a Road. As you get closer to the CBD, Ngara, and then joining at the overpass at the Globe Cinema, it's going to pick up a little bit. Kiambu Road is still an absolute mess, so if you're not in the mood for waiting, don't go there. And then if you're there, just pray. Okay, Limuru Road, a little bit of traffic as you're getting into the city, and it's also looking much better as you come in from Kisumu, past the village market, and then out towards hospital. You should be fine there. James Gishuru over the drift is still very busy. That's in and outbound traffic trying to head on to Waiyaki Way. Let's see what happens in a short while. Still in the middle of traffic hour, so this is all right. At least for now, it's expected. Wait and see. Spice FMKE on Twitter. Keep things moving.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Nominated Senator Crystal Asige, who is co-sponsoring a bill in the Senate about learners with disabilities. You know, Senator, when you started the conversation, you spoke about the various forms of disabilities and how we see them. Physical disability, we're used to that. We see it. And then there's the sensory disabilities and the neurodiverse disabilities. Now, for learners with physical disability, again, can be seen, can be identified. Neurodiverse disabilities for learners in schools across the country. How are those picked out?
They're really misunderstood, I have to say. And what should ideally be happening is that if a parent or a guardian or a caregiver at home suspects something that they're not used to seeing in their learner, the young person or whoever it is, they need to take them for an assessment. So there are not many assessment centers, unfortunately, in Kenya. In Nairobi, the most popular one is Kise. And you're able to go there and assess your learner and have them then place them in an appropriate school or education system, whether that be vocational or otherwise, right? And that's how it should go ideally. But because of this lack of information, traditions, all types of societal barriers that have been going on for, since Adam, that's not something that is normalized in Kenya. And in fact, in this bill and other bills that I'm working on as well, we're saying we need to have more resource centers across the different counties so that somebody doesn't have to go from Wajir all the way to Nairobi to assess their learner to find out, is this something that I think it is, or what is it really, so that they can be placed in an appropriate educational system. And but that needs budget. Every county will then need more allocation so that we can put up these resource centers and have them equipped and have trained staff there and mobility devices, all the things. And so this is something that I'm hoping will be realized through this bill, Learners with Disabilities, and also I'm sponsoring the Persons with Disabilities Bill, and I'm also sponsoring Kenya Sign Language Bill and the Startup Bill. And all across whatever I'm working on, I need to make sure, or rather I'm making it intentional, that there is a through line of diversity, of making sure that everyone that could be seen or could be reflected in this piece of legislation is included.
Okay. By virtue of the fact that these are 4 bills that you've mentioned already, that clear that there is a need, a huge needs, and now saying these things need to then be put into law in order for certain things to happen, to make certain provisions for people with disabilities across the country, across sector. What does that tell us then? That in terms of making sure that people with disabilities are cared for, it is not, number one, priority, so the necessary funding is not given? Or what does it tell us? That these things are not in law, that these things are not recognized? What does that let us know? It's not a priority, or what?
I think not a priority is definitely one of those, the top 3. I'll tell you that, so right now there is a Persons with Disabilities Act. It was enacted in 2003, pre-constitution, right? And the genesis of actually that act is that former President Mwai Kibaki at the time acquired a disability, right? And because he acquired a disability, he then, through personal experience, realized, whoa, there's a huge gap in this country for disability provisions and advocacy and legislation. And it was through his personal effort, because he was experiencing the thing, that he decided to prioritize it. Now, if that's what it takes for any change, any shift to be made, we will be here until 2000 and I don't know what. Because it cannot be that somebody in power or somebody who has the ability to change something has to go through something so they realize this is important to prioritize. That shouldn't be the case. And of course, we thank the efforts of our former president, of course, because otherwise we wouldn't even have anything at all in law. But now that needs to be repealed, and that's what I'm doing. I'm actually calling for a repeal through my PWD Act, because 20 years old, that thing. There has been many advances in technology, in advocacy around persons with disabilities. It doesn't even take into account the UN CRPD, which I talked about, because UN CRPD came about in 2008, and that act is 2003. So prioritizing absolutely is important, but then people, let's not wait until you're in the situation to see, okay, this situation needs to be looked at.
Do you think, let me just backtrack a bit, every time we are informed that when lawmakers begin their work for taking oath of office and thereafter, there are very many trainings that they undertake to understand standing orders, sitting orders, all these things that you people have when you're going about your business.
Dressing orders,
language orders,
marching orders,
all those things, obeying the president orders, things like that. Do you think that it might be useful if lawmakers in both the lower house and the even lower houses were actually sensitized? That's the word they like using, but I would prefer trained and taught to understand these concepts and what it is that people who live with disability, people who have disability, go through on a daily basis, so that even when they're talking about it in Parliament, it isn't this subject that you talk about because you have to talk about it.
Yeah,
when you talk about you talk about it because you've understood it.
Correct. I think that's really important. And actually, I'll say it again. That's the way I said it in Senate last week, as has been pointed out by Eric. Sensitivity training is super important. And I have actually written letters within Senate saying, hi, can we have this type of training? I'm actually trained in it. I have been doing it since before I rocked up here, and I will continue to do it even after this time passes. It's really important to have diversity and inclusion training, sensitivity training, to sit down over X amount of time and go through your unconscious biases as a human being. What are they? What did you learn when you were a kid? When your parents used to hush you away and hustle you away from a person with a disability. What did that mean, or how did that sit in your subconscious? And how does it then make you act today as a fully grown adult in those scenarios? What do you think about diversity in general, not as disability, but as someone who's different from you? When you see a Rastafari, what's your immediate thought, for example? Without you being embarrassed or what?
Bangi.
They're high.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So those things need to be first rooted out in a safe space like this one.
Yes.
And then from there you have to relearn. Okay, you have to unlearn, which is what I always say, and then relearn, because that's what I had to do myself. Like I said, I wasn't born with this, so I didn't know all the stuff that I know today, and I had to let go of the thing or suspend what I thought I knew about the world, so that I can then be able to be retaught way more. And so that's something that needs to happen in Parliament across both houses, like you have said. And I have brought the same thing up. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened yet. I hope that it's something that's prioritized in this financial year.
These things are never somehow prioritized.
We need more legislators.
One has to push and push and push.
Correct.
As though you're a mad person.
Correct.
Otherwise, you will not be heard.
That is absolutely true. And that's why that day I stood up, because I was, like I said, I was exhausted. I'm exhausted of saying things and just sort of, not for it to not be taken seriously, or whatever the reasons might be. And so, in fact, I had even forgotten that we were in an impeachment sitting, that it was, being watched by everyone. I was just like, yo, I am enough. Yo, this is grinding my gears, man. That's all I was thinking over the time. But, the universe had it so that people heard. Even now, my boda guy is like, hey, kumpeni Senator. And I was like, what you are? And he said XYZ. And he's like, what you said really touched us as Kenyans. And I was like, wow, okay. But it takes a bit of shaking up, which is correct.
A lot of shaking up.
The howling.
Yes, it's the howling.
Before.
Yes.
Don't make me go mad, Parliament.
How should this, be secured for posterity? Is it through amendment of the standing orders to make sure that at the beginning of every session of Parliament, there is this sensitivity training or workshop?
Yeah. I think, there was an induction that happened in Naivasha when we all, first started back in September or October.
Yeah.
I think part of that needs to have a serious session on disability, on diversity and inclusion in general. How do we make this place more diverse? How do you think, as a legislator, in a more expansive way, so that when you're writing legislation, you are thinking about all the different types of people that this is going to affect, not just the typical middle-aged, abled man, because that's ableism, right? There's this term called ableism, and that's what it is. It's that we think and we act and we do and say according to what is, in quotes, normal, which is usually a middle-aged man, right? And so we build a society around that. This person, of course, we're building roads because everyone can walk and everyone can see and everyone can hear, and that's how our minds have been conditioned. So it has to absolutely happen, but then not just from the top, also in judiciary, they also need to have it. In the executive, they also need to have it. It can't just be one place, because it needs to be a collaborative effort, absolutely, in order for it to sort of cascade down into private and public sector, into even the mamambogas, into the kiosks, so that people understand, like, okay, when I interact with somebody, I don't just assume that this is the kind of person I'm interacting with.
Yeah. There's an instrument. I'm going to call it an instrument because that's what I see it as. It's called a disability card. How exactly does this instrument work, and what does it purpose, and does it achieve its intended purpose?
So the disability card, when you have a disability, you're supposed to apply, get an assessment at Afya House for someone to say, yes, this person Crystal is actually blind or visually impaired. And then after all the processes, you apply then to National Council of Persons with Disabilities, and you get this disability card. And the card essentially is supposed to give you benefits, give you at least allow you to be identifiable as a person with disability, and all the well, do I call them perks? Not really, but you know what I mean. Therein. And
what are they? These perks, these benefits, what are they?
So, for example, tax exemption is the biggest one. If you're in employment, which is actually really unfortunate, because right now, when I did my research, stats show that in Kenya, there are only 361,000 PWDs who are employed. And the employment
in the public sector or private or both?
Both. Out of the 17.5-ish million people who are employed, only 361,000 are PWDs.
And how many are card-carrying persons with disability?
How many are
adults? How many registered persons with disability who would be employed? How many are we talking about?
The number is low. I don't have it on top of my head.
The percentage is 2.2% of our population are people with disability. 2.2. So if you do the maths,
that is also refuted, by the way. But go on.
Yes, it's probably more.
Correct.
Yes, because it's like if you look at our population, you talk about birth. Those that are recorded are just a percentage of those who are actually born. So not everybody who's born gets into the system. They may get into it later. So if you're talking about newborns, sometimes, again, as you say correctly, the figures may not represent the truth. But let's go with 2.2% for purpose of the discussion.
Correct.
Okay? Now, I am concerned and I'm interested in finding out how exactly it benefits the person with a disability.
Yes.
Because, okay, the card has been there, it was intended for a purpose. There are perks, okay? Tax exemption, that's one. What
That's
else?
one. So tax exemption up to 150,000. That's the threshold. If you earn anything below that, you do not pay tax. When it comes to 151,000 and above, then you get taxed as normal.
Right.
And the PWD bill that I'm drafting, or that is in second reading right now, has actually a provision for that. I am proposing to
raise
make it
that ceiling.
correct. Yeah. So that's one. Number two, you are able to access tools of trade through the National Council of Persons with Disabilities with this card. Those tools of trade are a bit, I'll just say painfully sort of like limiting for me. They include a salon kit, or you can get a sewing kit, you can get a knitting kit.
Shoe mending kit.
That's not even there, bro. It's not even there. You can get a couple of farming tools. There is also like a mechanic box, a toolbox.
In short, they didn't really consult people with disabilities when they were writing this, did they?
Because you're then saying that as a PWD, all you can do is make hair, babe. That's all. Or farm. Yeah, correct. You can't be a software developer. Yeah, you can't be a website designer. No. You can't be a performer.
You can't be a teacher.
You can't be a teacher. That's what there's. You can't be a sportsman or sportswoman. No. You sit here with your.
You to this.
Correct. Take this sewing kit and go forth and prosper.
I'm so away.
So away.
So I think these are the kind of things that need to, for sure, be real. And that's not part of the National Council. There is a separate sort of agency that provides these tools of trade. But that's another one. Tools of trade.
And how many people with disabilities are in these councils and these organizations that look after the interest of people with disabilities?
National Council of Persons with Disabilities report that they have about over 60% of their staff working who are disabled. So
and the board that makes these decisions?
I am not 100% sure, because there has been a reshuffling recently. Now.
Yes, because if you have a board that makes the decisions and the policies,
yes,
and there are people who do not have, they should be just one or two maximum. The rest of the people need to be people with disabilities, because it is you are talking and discussing matters that pertain to them.
Correct.
Yes.
So we need to be in those seats.
Yes, and you need to be the majority, because your voices need to be heard.
Yes. And so in the PWD bill, that is a provision that I have put in there, that there needs to be a categorization or how you constitute the National Council Board has its provisions within the PWD bill that I'm drafting. So within that, there's also something that I also want to educate people on, which is discrimination within disability. So it's akin to this discussion of like colorism. I'm black, but you're blacker, you're lighter, and and all the things that happen therein, right? It is the same thing in disability, because people unfortunately look for or seek to work with or assist the disabilities that are less disabled. Okay? Those that they can sort of like handle, right? So you'll find companies who have quotas or policies on diversity, and they're like, yeah, we have 4 persons with albinism in our company. But okay, that's fine. Albinism is absolutely a disability. However, that means that you're not really making the biggest effort to make your organization inclusive by putting in a lift, by making sure that your equipment, your documentation is accessible, to make sure that you have strategies in place to bring in more diverse disabilities within the organization, for example, right? So people, unfortunately, and I go around telling people all this all the time, which is you cannot discriminate within disability. Okay, it's already a tough journey, okay? Don't then say, oh, but hiring a visually impaired person will mean I've got to hire, their guide, and that means that I'll have to buy software, special special for that. That's what people think, though, and so it then makes them shy away from actually being diverse and actually being inclusive.
Sure.
So
when you have discussions as a business about making money, you bend over backwards if it means your profit margin will go up, isn't it?
Yes.
Now precisely, because you see the benefits.
Yeah.
Now, how do you get people to see the benefits? Because it is assumed that somebody with disabilities is not a complete human being.
Mm-hmm.
And so the perception is that they shouldn't be considered in the same vein as others are considered. Now, this really is the fight in my mind. How do you get people to stop talking about human beings all being equal and actually getting to the point where you actually treat them and you consider them and their needs and their diversity in the same way you consider everything else?
So diversity, there's reports that show, research shows that the more diverse you are as an organization or an institution, whatever it might be, it's not just the right thing to do, but it's a smart thing to do for productivity. The more diverse we are here in this room, the richer our conversation will be, right? If we were all Eric Latiff, it would be an echo chamber in here, right? It's good that we are not, or we are all from different places, different experiences, backgrounds, and so on and so forth, ideas, opinions. And that's what makes this show. Same thing in the workplace or parliament or wherever.
Yeah.
If you have more diverse workforce, then it increases productivity, it increases creativity. Correct. All of those things. For example, innovations that have come from have been inspired by disability. Text messaging was created as a solution for a deaf person trying to communicate. I think it was in the 70s or 80s. Of course, a deaf person cannot pick up the phone and ring, so they needed an alternative. And so the creation of text messaging came along. And now in 2023, all of us in this room text like there is no tomorrow. In fact, we prefer texting than calling.
It's our primary mode of communication.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so that is a best practice because it is a solution for somebody who needed a problem solved, which is all a disability is. I am disabled to do something, so I need a solution to this problem.
Right.
When you think that way, then you become more creative and then you think of a solution that then helps everyone. Same thing with the remote control. It was an innovation for, I believe, it was an innovation for mobility. Instead of standing up and, the old box, our old analog TVs, instead of standing up and, moving the whatever and pressing the buttons to change the channel, whatever, a remote control was used. And now we are all sitting in our recliners doing the thing with our remotes, right?
Yeah.
There's so many examples. The automatic car.
It's all about inclusivity.
Yes.
Think broadly.
Correct.
Make sure that you're diverse.
Correct. And you will actually see the results double. Yeah.
It's good. It was good having you here. You said it was the first time. It's not the last, right? So we'll
I've only scratched the surface. There's many other things that are on my chest, but I'll be back.
We will invite you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Senator Christola Sige has been our guest. Keep it here for more conversations. It's 9 a.m. Time for the news.
Participates in corruption. He is fired.
Nataka tujaribu tupate waziri mmoja amepatikana kwa kashfa. Utaona hata mimi mwenyewe kama Secretary General tunaenda kuhakikisha huyo waziri ameachishwa kazi.
Okay.
Kama wewe ni Principal Secretary na upatikane kwa kashfa ya ufisadi, hatutaruhusu, kwa sababu unajua saa zingine unapata rais ni msafi, naibu wa rais ni msafi, lakini tuko na afisa wengine hapa chini, procurement officer, sijui nani. Kabla mtu mwingine aongee ni sisi wenyewe tutaongea.
Okay.
On the decision to cancel the appointment of administrative secretaries, Malala said the government is ready to consider the decision while looking for other methods to solve the issue. However, he condemned the court's decision he said was made without listening to both sides. He also said that the current decision is a way of the opposition to disagree with the government.
Rais amekuwa mtu wa kuheshimu uamuzi wa mahakama. Rais amekuwa tangu waanze. Mliona walisimamisha mambo ya uteuzi wa PSs. Aliheshimu. Mliona wakati walisema kwamba ma-CAS wasiandikwe paka waende public participation. Aliheshimu. Yeye ni mtu ambaye anafuata sheria. Vile vile pia hiyo sheria inatupatia nafasi ku appeal. So tutaangalia, Attorney General will advise whether this matter we can appeal or we can have other avenues. Za kuhakikisha kwamba wale watu wametumikia serikali kwa nyadhifa zingine. Jambo la tatu, mimi ningependa kuomba wa Kenya. Let us not take advantage, or let us not use the provisions of the constitution to drag the implementation of government programs and policies.
Now, the North Rift Economic Board Conference will start tomorrow and end Friday in Kitale in Trans Nzoia County. Governor George Natembeya has said that the conference's intention is aimed at ensuring the North Rift counties work together after they signed agreements. He said that finding a permanent solution to insecurity in the area will be top of the agenda.
Mnajua tumekuwa na challenges sana kwa mambo ya utovu wa usalama, especially kule Kerio Valley na pia kati ya mpaka wa Turkana County na West Pokot na pia mpaka wa Turkana pia na upande ule mwingine wa Sudan ambao umeathiri maendeleo. Baada ya mkutano kutakuwa na resolutions ambazo tuta implement. Nataka kutumia mbinu mbalimbali kuleta amani, maana kwa muda mrefu imekuwa ni serikali kuu inatumia vyombo vya dola, kutumia risasi, kutumia bunduki na so far haijafanya kazi. Kwa hivyo tunataka kuhusishwa watu wa jinsia zote, tunataka sasa tuwahusishe.
Other areas that will be prioritized include agriculture, tourism and industry.
Pia tunataka kutumia michezo to showcase the best na pia kuleta pamoja jamii mbalimbali na labda kuwa na intercounty sports. Jambo lingine ni mambo ya elimu. Unaangalia sehemu ambazo wako na utovu wa usalama, mara nyingi unapata wale watu ambao ni warriors hawaendi shule na ni challenge kubwa. So tutafanya namna gani kuhakikisha kwamba masomo inakuwa karibu na watu, na ni mbinu gani pia tutatumia kuhakikisha kwamba watoto wanakaa shule.
Now, the government is keen on striking the right balance between the development and recurrent expenditure. President William Ruto observed that the government is spending more resources on recurrent than the required numbers. He said about 46% of the country's spending is on salaries and wages. He noted that the move will ensure that the country's development plan is not starved of funds. And the president has given an undertaking that he will work with leaders from all parts of the country, regardless of their political affiliations. In a meeting with leaders from the Nyanza region, the head of state reiterated his commitment to serving all Kenyans fairly and equitably. The leaders are said to have discussed the status of the government programs and projects underway in the region. Now, the chairperson of the National Police Service Commission, Eliud Kinuthia, has accused Police Inspector General Japhet Koome of violating the law in the promotion of 500 officers. He told the Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations that the move to promote high-ranking officers at the national and regional levels in June is unconstitutional. The chairperson said police promotions are the mandate of National Police Service Commission, as it gives fairness, equal opportunity and promotes qualified police officers who have duly applied for the position. Now, do you want to buy yourself a new car? Well, you have to part with more money when purchasing a vehicle in the country after the East African Community Council of Ministers approved an application by Kenya to raise duty on motor vehicles under the common external tariffs. These will increase the import duty for you from 25% to 35%, further exacerbating the prices of vehicles that have been pushed up by the depreciating of the shilling against the dollar. I'm Dennis Asada. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, it's a few minutes after 9 o'clock. There's still traffic in some parts of the city, but it is not going to be too bad because it's dwindling as the time goes by. A little bit of traffic still left on Raila Odinga Way. Langata Road more or less cleared up now. We're looking at close to nothing on the Thika Superhighway. You'll be able to get in and out really quickly. But as you get towards the CBD, so it's going to slow down just a bit, right? Some traffic coming in on Kiambu Road. A little bit here and there on James Gishoro, then going out towards Wayaki Way. Mombasa Road never had an issue until you get then to the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Uhuru Highway, then getting out into the CBD a little bit here and there. Outbound Nairobi, we're going to have to deal with that fog and mist issue a little bit longer and use your fog lights. I know it looks as though because the sun might be shining at some level that you don't need to use them and let's avoid any accidents whatsoever. Let's take a look in about half an hour and see how that has progressed. And then let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter and keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room,
Coming up
the only way to start
9.
your
Thank
day.
you very much for keeping it locked. We are on to the final hour of the Situation Room this morning. In the last hour, we had a sitting senator as our guest. This hour, we have a former senator as our guest. He is now the Secretary General of the ruling party, the largest political party in the country. He's also now somebody who can, walk into cabinet and sit and ask, ati leo tunadiscuss nini? Leo tunasema nini? Cleopa Malala, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Yes.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation again.
Asante sana.
It's good to have you here.
We thank God for the gift of life, for the good weather. We're having adequate rain. And these are signs that the heavens are happy with us. Yeah.
You've hired somebody to do your shopping, for your wardrobe, right? And one of the briefs is make sure that there's a yellow somewhere.
Not really.
Come in a yellow.
Rudisha.
Yeah. Even Prof here, I think he has hired the same person. We're sharing the same consultant.
Maybe he's your member. City.
Yeah.
Though yellow is a color of hope, color of brightness.
Right.
Yeah, so...
Actually,
color of the sun.
I was in Yellow House in primary school.
You're in Yellow House.
And even in secondary school, the house I was in, the color was yellow.
Yeah.
Of the actual house?
Yes. Houses.
I get it.
Once you get it.
Malala. Unaona dynasty. Primary school alikuwa yellow house. Wewe primary school ulikuwa standard 4 what?
I was in 4 South.
Not house.
Direction.
Primary, it's your primary.
Primary. City, why don't you give us the day's proverb?
Yes, our proverbs for this week are from the country of Libya. He howled before going mad.
He howled before going mad.
Meaning he actually went mad, but before he did, he howled.
Ishmael, what do you make of that?
I think it's a matter of causality, cause and effect. What happens before an action? And he howled before he went mad. The consequence of an action can be seen by the prevailing characteristics that are being showcased. And therefore, they say a good day is seen in the morning. So whatever you see right now is a prediction of what is going to be tomorrow. At the moment, whatever you are seeing, the current government trying to do is a sign that tomorrow is going to be a better day for us in Kenya. The level of commitment this country or the leadership of this country is showcasing at the moment is a good sign that we're going to have a better tomorrow.
The rain is a sign of a bumper harvest.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Many things are happening, and we thank you that you're here. Many things are happening, politically and the governance scene. So let's start with just the latest and most recent one.
Yes.
You took an oath of office last week.
Yeah.
What was it for?
I did not take an oath of office.
What was it?
I took an oath of secrecy. The president, in his wisdom, thought it wise that he needed his advisors to be with him when he's deliberating on crucial matters of this country. Many people have misconceptualized his steps and say that, the Constitution only provides for a number of cabinet secretaries, are allowed up to a maximum of around 23 cabinet secretaries to be in cabinet, and therefore we are strangers in cabinet.
Yeah.
I will want to make this very clear, that the president has not added an extra ministry in this country. We still have the ministries as enshrined in the Constitution.
Right.
What he has done, he has ensured that when he's making and deliberating on important matters in the cabinet, he has his advisors there to advise him. I come in there to advise him on matters politics and to make sure that the manifesto on which we were elected on is being implemented by cabinet. Because at the end of the day, in 2027, we shall go back to the people, and the people will ask us to be accountable of our time.
Okay.
The cabinet secretaries are in the executive, will not be there campaigning. In fact, they won't have resigned from their seats.
Okay.
They will not even be allowed to campaign. It is us who will go back to the people to seek for a re-election.
Okay.
And therefore, I am there to ensure that whatever we promised the people of Kenya is implemented so that we can be politically accountable.
Okay.
And therefore, I do not sit in as a cabinet secretary.
Okay.
You sit
So are
in
you-
as an advisor.
Are you an advisor to the cabinet, or are you an advisor to the president?
We were sworn in. We were sworn in, the four of us. The advisor on economic affairs, the advisor on security matters, and the advisors on women rights matters.
Gender.
So I came in from the party to represent the party, the ruling party, the party which brought us to this government. And therefore I sit there to represent the interests of the UDA party.
So who represents the interest of Amani, not Amani, there's Amani National Congress, of Ford Kenya, of Maendeleo Chap Chap?
You also need to know that President William Ruto ran on a UDA ticket.
Yes.
Yeah. And therefore, in as much as we had the Kenya Kwanza coalition,
it's a UDA government.
The ticket that the president ran on was UDA.
Was it a UDA manifesto?
It was a Kenya Kwanza manifesto because we encapsulated all those other ideologies, because our convergence point, was on the issue of turning around the economy, and we shared a lot of ideologies together with our sister parties, and it is at that point that we said, let us have the plan. Okay. And that plan had a lot of common things. And we had the plan as a manifesto, which to us, we say that now moving forward, we need to have at least one mother party seated there to ensure that the plan is being implemented. Yeah.
So you represent Kenya Kwanza?
Oh, yes.
Not necessarily UDA.
Oh, yes. And there's no conflict about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
The question again that Ndu has asked, are you there to advise the cabinet, or are you there to advise the president?
I'm there to advise. You cannot differentiate the cabinet from the president, because the president is the head of the cabinet.
Okay.
And whatever decisions that are being made there, it is also good to remind the cabinet, because the cabinet is serving or it's implementing whatever deliberations that are happening in cabinet on behalf of the people of Kenya. And if the cabinet goes wrong on certain decisions, politically speaking, it is UDA which will be politically accountable. And therefore, I'm there to represent the interests of UDA to ensure that whatever we promised the people of Kenya is being implemented to the latter.
Okay, so help us understand how this would play out. For example, if you say you're there to represent the interests of the party generally, right? So if something were to go wrong, who would you advise and say, would it be, Mr. President, sir, this in this ministry, for example, is not going according to how we said it was going to as a party when we were in the throes of a campaign? So who would you speak to? Would you then speak to a cabinet secretary directly, or would you speak to the president and say, hold on a minute, this is not what we said was going to happen?
We do not have a definite boundary on that, because it is not, we do not have definite laws that gives me or mandates me to speak to a certain person. But the party leader, being our party leader, will be able to advise him and tell him, party leader, on this particular issue, you are the one who promised Kenyans on the issue of subsidized fertilizer, but in this policy that you've adopted in cabinet does not take the interest of that particular promise, and therefore kindly make the following adjustments. So it's upon him to convince the cabinet to ensure that now they make an otherwise decision that favors his promise. Yes, because we cabinet is independent. Cabinet members are independent members who make a decision as cabinet.
Yeah.
But he is the head of cabinet.
Yes, he is. He's also the president.
Yes.
We've heard pronouncements from the Kenya Kwanza government that they are a government that not only abides by the rule of law, but uphold the rule of law.
Oh, yes.
And they took it further and court rulings. Now, I'm speaking and asking as a layperson, is there any legislation, is there anything in our constitution that gives the president the leeway to nominate, appoint people who were not cabinet ministers to attend cabinet functions, as in cabinet meetings, decision-making process of the cabinet? Is there any legislation that allows for this?
We come in the bracket of the presidency. We don't come in as extra members of cabinet. We don't come in as extra cabinet secretaries. It's like the president coming in with a set of advisors to advise him on the decision that he's making in cabinet.
So essentially you're saying that in addition to the deputy president who's part of the presidency, advisors are also part of the presidency. And so the president has that leeway because the word they use is lacuna.
There's a lacuna, of course.
There isn't anything specific.
There is no express legislation that says that the president cannot
forbids
have advisors to attend cabinet meetings. But there is a law that says that caps the number of cabinet secretaries.
There's a law that defines what a cabinet is.
Yes.
And it says the cabinet shall comprise the president,
yes,
the deputy president, not less than 15, not more than 23 members, all in total.
Oh, yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
That includes the president and the deputy.
Yeah.
So there's already a law that says this is the cabinet.
Oh, yes.
And this is now the top decision-making organ of the country. Now, when you go in as advisor to the president sitting in cabinet, what influence do you have on the deliberations that are taking place in cabinet?
We do not come in to deliberate, to make decisions, because as enshrined in law, the cabinet is supposed to make the decisions with the membership as defined in law.
Okay.
Ours is to advise the president on matters economic, on matters security, on matters women's rights, and on matters politics. For him now to be able to direct the cabinet to align with the promises he made to Kenyans. And we come in, we don't come, any meeting, any person can come in as a member attending the meeting in attendance. You can attend the meeting in attendance.
What? Perhaps
playing parliamentary issues, standing orders here.
It's all right.
They're in attendance, like a committee session of parliament.
I see what he's saying, but you see, like I'm looking at this from the perspective of what, say, Parliament does.
Yes.
They will invite a CS, they'll invite someone with a position to come and shed light on certain issues which have arisen. Okay, so for that day, that person is shedding light.
Yeah.
So what we saw,
yes,
was it a shedding light session for that day, or is it something that is now permanent, that you're going to be shedding light every time there's a cabinet meeting?
Once you can be allowed to shed light, it doesn't limit you on how many times.
How many lights?
That's now micromanaging.
I understand. You see, the fundamental difference here is that with Parliament, they invite you, they ask you to come.
And they also had to amend their own procedure
for that to
happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to stipulate who comes and when they come and how they come.
Yes. Yeah.
And for how long they stay.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's very clear. Now, in cabinet, you're saying, well, it's just like if we're having the president can summon you today to State House individually as Cleo from Malala and say, all right, so how are we looking like? You've looked at our manifesto, you've looked at our programs, how are we looking like? And you can have a one-on-one meeting with him where you advise him and remind him of the promise that he made at certain place, and how we included this in our manifesto, in our 47 county charters, in our women charter, in our youth charter, in our border charter, in all those charters. You can remind him. Then he can also invite you to cabinet, and you come in there and you listen to what's happening and say, hey, excuse me, but
This is not what we agreed.
This is not what we agreed. That's what you're saying.
No, one of the things that I am mandated, even outside cabinet, to do as Secretary General of the party is to ensure that we monitor the implementation of the manifesto that we gave people, we promised our people. And we have come up with a matrix and a tool as a party, because at the end of the day, in 2027, we are the ones who are going to be accountable to the people.
That's true.
So we've come up with a matrix which monitors all the ongoing projects of government. We know to what extent are we behind schedule?
Yep.
Are we on schedule? When are we going to launch? To what impact will it have to the president?
Yep.
So we are using that tool as a party to advise the president, telling him, come on, this project was supposed to be commissioned in August, but up to now it's only 30% done. We are behind schedule. Is it possible you expedite the process so that we are on time, so that politically we are okay and these people can start receiving services before we get to the next general elections? And therefore, that tool automatically generates the performances and the performance of the CSs. Because in your ministry, if you have, say, 210 projects and all the projects are at 20%, automatically your performance as a CS will be generated from that tool.
Yeah.
And therefore it will help the president. It's a decision-making tool for the president to know, come on, this Ministry of Defense, we are lagging behind. Oh, this Ministry of Roads, why is CS Murkomen only at 32% of implementation of what we had agreed with people? Because that tool has also a time-keeping aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Every day it counts the number of days to the elections, and it pops up reminding the president, come on, we are remaining with 1,270 days to the elections. Hurry, hurry. So it is a custom-made process that is meant to help us be effective in performance as government. And what is wrong with that? If it's helping Kenyans, if it's helping us deliver to the promises we made to Kenyans, I see it as absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Actually, in my mind, it's not whether it's wrong or right.
Yeah.
It's the clarity of it.
Okay.
So that one understands what exactly is happening. Because if it's something, if we're saying the president has the powers to make such a decision, then that's what we need to understand. So is he going to issue an executive order? How is he going to go about this? And if that is the case, then can he then decide that he wants City Muga to attend cabinet today? And he'll say, City, today, come.
And swear.
Yeah, just take this secrecy oath thing, and then
you sit in,
and then attend. An action such as this one sets a precedent. That is what I'm trying to get at.
Oh yes.
And so one needs to understand that, okay, it's a precedent. Now, moving forward,
the people who were sworn in are not just a person from the general public. These are people who are already...
You really looked for those ones.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, because these are people who are already appointed in substantive offices.
That's true.
As
advisors
on certain matters.
Yes. And there was clarity that the portfolio is at a ministerial level.
Yes.
That was understood.
Yeah.
Yes.
And therefore they are coming in already defined of their role.
Okay.
Yeah.
The question that City is asking, on what law is it anchored?
Day-to-day running. Like today, you guys are here. I am very sure you have no law that tells you, come on, discuss this topic this day. Today you must be 3, tomorrow you must be 4. So it's a day-to-day running of government.
We
have a guide. We
actually
definitely do.
We do have even a protocol.
And you see, and you see that protocol, we don't know about it, and we come here. So I'm operating on nothing. Like here, I'm here. Like I'm operating on nothing.
Actually, you are invited.
So
you are invited. Let's start there. You are invited.
No, what we are saying is day-to-day running of government is that power has already been given to the president through the constitution
and law.
Exactly, and and it gives him the prerogative to run government, day-to-day running of government,
But it limits him as well.
Yeah,
there are things he can do, there are things he cannot do.
When you look at the role,
for example, although he is the head of state and commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Republic of Kenya, he cannot declare war on Somalia.
No, he can't. But
right?
if
there's a process,
but he's
ultimately he's the commander-in-chief. But he cannot declare war.
Of course, he cannot do something which is unconstitutional. But if it is in the good and in the interest of Kenyans, then he has been given those powers. That's why he was elected by the people of Kenya to lead this country. And therefore, if he's doing something for the good
there are checks
of
and
Kenyans,
balances.
Yes.
You know, he can say, for the good of Kenyans, I want to have 50 cabinet secretaries.
As he did.
He cannot have 50 cabinet secretaries. He can only have a maximum of 23, including himself.
Yes.
Right?
Cabinet?
For the good of the country. The constitution has said the number of ministers we can have.
Yes.
For the good of the country.
And the number of ministries.
For the good and the number of ministries. For the good of the country, the constitution has said how many deputy presidents we can have.
Yes.
For the good of the country, the constitution has said even how the president conducts the order of government.
Yeah.
He communicates via his pen and signature. For the good of the country, he can't say, from tomorrow we are coming up with this law. It has to go through Parliament. Then it passes Parliament. It comes to him for assent. It becomes law. Right? He can't assent it to a bill that has not been passed by for the good of the country. So even now, we're saying, yes, there's all this, everything that you're explaining makes sense. In terms of the president in day-to-day running of government, he requires advisors, and those advisors will bring in technical expertise, and that technical expertise can also then be translated into the cabinet. But what are the limits?
That same law allows him to have that. The position you have is allowed. One cannot dispute your position. The powers within your mandated office exist. That's why you're able to do what you're doing. You see, what we're querying here is just seeking to understand, because sometimes we listen, we hear, we see, but we lack clarity. And it's that clarity that we're seeking.
And I think since this is the first time such an appointment or such reorganization is being done, you are right. Clarity is needed. But what is very clear from my side is that the president has not added any additional ministries.
That's understandable.
He has not.
That's for sure.
So he has not perforated the constitution in any way, because the constitution caps it at 23.
Yeah.
We still have 23 ministries. But we have a lacuna or a grey area in the constitution which does not allow or does not deny the president the powers to allow somebody to attend cabinet in attendance.
Okay, so then looking at that situation, what precludes him then from bringing in more individuals, such as yourself, to come in and swear the oath of secrecy to advise on other matters as well? It could be you today.
Yeah.
It could be somebody else tomorrow. And that's the question that is being asked right now. What stops it from being a situation whereby individuals tomorrow, in whatever capacity, are then brought in to swear and attend these meetings?
As I said, it's the prerogative of the president as for now, and we are building jurisprudence. We can use these now to develop even future legislation. I'm sure somebody has already rushed to court to get interpretation of this. Through that judgment, we will be able now to even build the jurisprudence even much better. At the end of this thing, we will come out with a better way of handling Kenya, because we are not the only Kenyans. We shall not exist forever. We shall have even other people coming in. Maybe this is an opportunity now even to relook at the composition of cabinet. So I don't think it's a bad thing. It's an opportunity. It's a window which we can now have a better conversation around it. And you see, for me, it's not a matter of sitting in cabinet or not sitting in cabinet. It's a matter of what is the output for the president. What do we want? Is the president well advised? This country, when we inherited this country was at its lowest. When we inherited this country, it was at its lowest.
When was that?
In August.
Oh, last year?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Are you in doubt?
Well, you are in the Senate, you would know better.
Yeah. You are Kenyan, you would know better.
So you have taken us to the lowest point as senators.
No, not as senators.
Leaders.
No.
Okay.
The previous regime had taken this country, and that, truth be told, has taken this country to the bottomless pit.
You do know when you say that, huh?
Yeah.
That particular government that you speak of was in power for 10 years. Huh?
Oh, yes.
You are a senator.
Oh, yes.
You are an overseer.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Our current president was part of that government.
And you know what happened?
I'm
sure you're speaking from a very informed background.
I am.
Yes. So let us not be theoretical about it.
No. Where I'm going with this, governments are a continuum.
Exactly.
That government of 10 years inherited from the government of a previous 10 years.
Yes.
This government has inherited from a previous 10 years. Yes. And you see, even the issue that we're dealing with are a continuum. Now, sometimes when we judge those in power, we don't distinguish. But every government comes with its own new set of misdeeds by which we will judge them, as this government will be misjudged or judged. Now, in order not to make blanket statements and sweeping statements about issues, you see, this conversation we're having, it is so that we don't do that. So that when we speak of something that has happened, which seems not to be what we are accustomed to, what our little understanding of the Constitution is, we say, hey, before we proclaim knowledge on this subject, can we ask somebody who has knowledge to come and tell us? Yeah, so that when we talk about it, we talk from a position of knowledge. You see, President Museveni of Uganda appoints advisors, but he uses the law. There's an Article 172C in the Ugandan Constitution that he uses. Now, I think, if I'm not wrong, he has 142 of them. Okay? Recently appointed his son, the general,
to advise him some more.
Yes, he appoints them. Now, you can say all you like. You can say there are many.
You can
but
say he's even
you can say you say what you like, but it is anchored in a law that they have. His constitution allows him that, and there's no cap.
It's good you said his constitution.
Yes.
you know.
So,
very nice Freudian slip there.
Yes. No. His constitution as in the constitution. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
He oversees his constitution, so it's his constitution.
Yes.
Every citizen of Uganda, it's their constitution.
Oh, yes.
It's something that you own. Now I'm saying my constitution and our constitution. I think you see where I'm going with this.
Oh, yes. And it's also good to...
That is the clarity that we're seeking.
I get you.
Yes.
But it's also good to appreciate the fact that legislations and even constitutions are not static documents, are not cast on stone, they're not made of concrete, they're dynamic. We have emerging issues that come up as a country. We have international relations that now will inform even amending some of our constitution articles in the Constitution, and therefore a law is a dynamic document. It keeps on improving. And as I said earlier, that this is an opportunity for us to look at the law as it exists and say, okay, having done this, what is now the best way to concretize this idea so that it can have a better output for Kenyans? And therefore, I will want to urge Kenyans to continue giving their views as pertains the matter.
Yep.
But in the meantime, we are keen, our focal attention is focused on making sure that we deliver for the people of Kenya.
Right.
We have a manifesto that we promised Kenyans, and we do not want to be derailed by anything. We will continue focusing. Whether I sit in cabinet or I don't sit in cabinet, I will continue ensuring that the people who have been mandated, who have been given the executive powers, courtesy of our party UDA, are performing. And therefore, my role is much more even outside cabinet.
Okay. So, Senator, and let me just acknowledge our audience on KTN News who've joined this conversation. Our guest this morning is Cleophas Malala, who is the UDA Secretary General and who is also sworn the oath of secrecy to attend cabinet meetings. And that's what we're discussing, that. And I like what you've said. It opens an avenue for that conversation for clarity in law. If there are any lacunas, we make sure that then we have clarity in law. And so the conversation continues. Do you get an allowance for attending those cabinet meetings?
I attend those cabinet meetings as Secretary General of UDA.
So there's no sitting allowance?
I am paid by UDA. The Attorney General, when he attends cabinet, he does not turn into a cabinet secretary. Before he gets in, he's an Attorney General. During the meeting, he's an Attorney General. After he leaves, he's an Attorney General. Before I get into those meetings, I'm the Secretary General for UDA. Mm-hmm. While attending, I'm attending as Secretary General for UDA. Okay. After I leave, I'm the Secretary General for UDA.
So do you get allowances?
I am not paid by government. I am paid by my party. My party pays me through the political party's fund.
Okay, so let's ask the question differently. When you sit in those meetings, are you paid by UDA to sit in those meetings?
Yes, I am the Secretary General for UDA. Mm-hmm. I am paid.
So you get a sitting allowance?
So you get a sitting allowance?
No, I am paid a salary by UDA. It's like you earn a salary.
Yes.
You cannot ask that since I'm doing the morning show, do I get an allowance for doing the morning show? It is in my line of duty.
Senator just a couple of months ago.
It's in my line of duty. It's in my line of duty to ensure that the manifesto is implemented. So when I sit there, it is just one of my duties.
So when an MP or a senator is attending a committee session, are they doing it as part of their job as senator?
Oh, yes.
Should they receive a sitting allowance?
But recently the SRC removed the sitting allowance, and you know that.
When you were a senator, were you...
No. We are talking about the current situation. Even now, members of county assemblies, and I pity members of county assemblies who do not get a sitting allowance. Because according to SRC policies, they say that is part of your role.
So why do you pity them?
I pity them because... their remuneration is wanting, and this must be said. I am sure not everybody will agree with me, but a member of county assembly is an elected member. When we were conducting elections, Kenyans elected 6 people: a member of county assembly, the MP, the senator, woman rep, president, and all those other cadres. And the level at which we have placed a member of county assembly does not give him the concentration to perform his duties effectively. You can imagine a member of county assembly after deductions earning 50,000 shillings.
86.
No, you see 86, but one, you've given him a car loan of 2 million to enable him come to work. And that loan, when deducted, around 34 or 40,000 shillings per month, then he remains around 50,000 shillings. That member of county assembly will not be able to perform his duty as enshrined in the constitution, his duties of oversight, representation, because 86,000 does not even allow you to rent a house where the assembly is. And even if you are renting a house, then it's not a decent house. For example, we have vast counties like Nakuru. Nakuru stretches all the way from Naivasha to Nakuru town. So imagine
and beyond.
To the border.
But I'm talking in respect to the county assembly, the building of the county where they're supposed now to attend their sessions. Imagine an MCA traveling all the way from Naivasha to Nakuru to attend a session and going back to their homes, because they do not have enough money to rent an extra house apart from the house he has
that they live in
the ward
with a family.
Exactly. So he'll be forced to get some informal settlement somewhere where he pays a bed sitter, I'll say, where he pays 5,000, 10,000. Once you take our elected leaders to that level, first of all, they lack the confidence to come and legislate independently. They lack the financial confidence because now a governor comes in and give them for this budget to pass, come on, I'll take you to a trip to Dubai or somewhere, kindly pass for me this. So they'll be prone to influence, external influence in their decision making. My plea, and this is my, and you know I've been a member of county assembly before, my plea is that let the Salary and Remuneration Commission do a job evaluation. That for a person who is supposed to legislate as a job, to do oversight, and to do representation, including public participation and whatever, how much is that person supposed to earn? Do a job evaluation for that and give us standard rates for a member of county assembly. When the members of county assembly were campaigning during the previous elections, the salary for MCAs was changed through a gazette notice 3 weeks to the elections. And these people, most of them, left their previous workstation 6 months ago. They resigned 6 months ago, and they had what we call legitimate expectation. At the point they were resigning to decide...
There was a salary.
Yeah, there was a salary. And at that point, they knew that a member of county assembly will earn this amount. 3 weeks to the elections, when they cannot engage a reverse gear, somebody changes their salary. So even in the law of natural justice, legitimate expectation was interfered with.
Some of the members of the county assembly that we've spoken to also feel let down by the Senate. Now, you moved from county assembly of Kakamega to the Senate, and you sat there. Do you think senators would play a better role in advocating for the plight of MCAs on these matters of their welfare?
Yeah, Senate will do their role will be limited to advocacy, because I want to believe that
and their voice is loud enough.
Yes, and that's why I'm saying just advocacy. But the commission which is entitled and which is mandated to deal with this matter once and for all is the SRC.
That's true.
And to me, my suggestion would have been the members of county assembly have done a petition to the Senate.
Not once, not twice.
Exactly. My suggestion would be: is it possible for the SRC to offer a platform whereby they can listen to the presentations of the members of county assembly, members of the Senate, and all players of devolution? Because, you know, we might be wanting to judge or to put certain, say, measures in terms of salary capping to the MCAs. But we are not doing that at the benefit of this country. We are doing that at the detriment of the devolution, because we are disadvantaging devolution. If we do not have an effective county assembly in a county, we are denting devolution. And therefore, we shouldn't look at that from a personalized point of view. We should look at that from a point of view that we want to strengthen devolution. The members of parliament are earning, say, 800,000. The president is earning around 1.4 million shillings. When you look at the percentage of the salary between the president and the member of parliament, is around 50-something or 41% of the president's salary. When you look at the salary of the governor and that of the MCA, is 11%. Surely, how would you oversight somebody who is earning 10 times more than you're earning?
Indeed. Those are questions that need to be considered.
You actually can oversight very angrily.
It will happen, but how you do it will be a totally different question. I must ask you though, so when will you attend cabinet next?
Cabinet meetings are called in by the Secretary of Cabinet.
Exactly.
And upon invitation of the next cabinet, every cabinet meeting, you are notified.
Okay, so it doesn't go for granted, it's not guaranteed that every subsequent meeting Cleophas Malala will be in attendance.
The prerogative of the president.
Okay, so in the event that you would attend the next one, whenever you're invited to, what would be your agenda, or do you sit and wait to be called on? Or, as you said, the scorecard, it's an app or something, you said, right? You've looked at that, and in preparation, you'll be able to go in and then say, guys, here we've not, what would be the agenda on the next one that you would be invited to?
First of all, cabinet, you are given notice and you are given the agenda in advance. And therefore, in the agenda, we'll be able to look now as a party, what is this that is going to be the input of the party to ensure that whatever they are going to deliberate is enshrined in our manifesto and is being implemented. And therefore, if there is any advice that we are supposed to give as a party, considering the prevailing political circumstances outside there, we will be able now to advise and say, okay, on this particular policy that you want to adopt as cabinet, kindly consider the following aspect of the manifesto to ensure that it's enshrined. Second, we'll also be giving an update to the cabinet on what exactly are people saying pertaining certain decisions of cabinet, and therefore they will be looking at those decisions from a wider scope and not just a microscopic scope of theoretically passing policies that do not go in tandem with the aspirations of the general public. And therefore, we are always there. I'll be always there with the monitoring kit to ensure that we are on course.
With what he's supposed to do. And what is the Prime Cabinet Secretary supposed to do?
He's in the executive. He is in the executive. His role is well defined.
Yes. Which is
to coordinate ministries.
Yes.
Performance contracts.
To ensure that that there is performance.
Exactly.
And also to monitor then the performance. So he's monitoring performance and you're monitoring performance.
No. Mine is coming in from the point of view of the promises that we made politically
as a party.
Okay. We are not interested in the day-to-day running of ministries and coordinating of ministries. The Prime Cabinet Secretary is mandated to run day-to-day coordination of ministries and to ensure that there's performance on day-to-day.
Based on the manifesto?
No, based on whatever.
Of the Kenya Kwanza administration?
No, based on the policies.
The bottom-up economic agenda is the overarching.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So everything that the government is doing is basically looking at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda.
Yes.
And so when Musalia Mudavadi and his state departments are actually monitoring the performance of government, are coordinating this, and they are creating a dashboard, they are monitoring against the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Cleopa Malala is doing the same thing.
I'm not doing the same thing. Mine is just a link with whatever they're doing with the political world.
To ensure that whatever they're doing is in tandem with what you promised and what was in your manifesto.
Exactly.
That's it. The day-to-day details is upon Prime Cabinet Secretary.
Prime Cabinet Secretary. Okay. And there's no duplication of roles whatsoever. Mine is just a reminder.
So essentially you're saying that the Prime Cabinet Secretary is administrative, yours is political.
Oh, yes. And just creating a political link to the outside political world.
Okay.
Because many a times we've seen administrations which are blind to what is happening outside there. At the moment, we have political feelings about the finance bill. We are alive of the fact that Kenyans are complaining about the high rise of fuel prices. We are alive of the fact that we have matatu owners who have decided to add 30% of the prices, yet the fuel was added only 8%. Why did they not add only 8%? Why did they add 30%? So that's reality.
So taking that situation,
just a moment, that reality is what I would brief the president. I tell him, come on, these 8% that you added on VAT, the ramifications out there is that now the matatu owners have added, in a distance where we were paying 100 shillings, they have now added to 130 shillings instead of adding 8 shillings. So what can you do as cabinet to regulate and ensure that people do not take advantage of the law that you have passed? The political reality I'm bringing in a window to the cabinet to be able to see and have a clear vision of what the political reality is out there.
Sounds like you're taking the hustler's voice into cabinet.
Oh, yes.
It's like feedback loop.
Exactly.
All right.
Essentially, is the pulse. Meaning, okay, you guys are doing all these things, but politically, let me just explain to you what's happening. This is what's happening, okay? And this is what's happening. In case you didn't know, this is what's happening. And this is the... So this decision we made, this is how it's being taken. Am I getting you right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Because we are politically accountable to the people. That role, Musalia Mudavadi cannot play it because him is purely administrative and he's playing it very well. Coordinating government, parastatals. But mine is just to provide a loop or a link to the political world. And these will help our president make decisions that are politically favoring the country.
Do you have a question?
No, I was...
is that the one he has just answered?
Well, because what I was trying to understand was then, so in the situation whereby things are running amok, like you've talked about now, transport going up through crazy, one would assume that those sitting in cabinet can't see, so they would need you to then be able to tell them this is not going right. So you see it in a manner in which they don't, is what I'm trying to establish here.
Oh, yes, because my role is, because I lead a political vehicle, I interact with the political class every day. That is why I do the voter, the membership drive, because I interact with the day-to-day political environment. And therefore I can be able now to feel and give feedback to the people who are making those policies. You'll find that some ministries are making, some policies are interrelated. And at the time you are making a decision in your ministry, you do not know the consequence when that decision, when now brought in between...
When it's implemented.
You do not know that the implications. And therefore, I'm just coming to bring in feedback to the cabinet so that they can make a good decision moving forward.
Okay. Let me ask, from your barometer, the pulse, what are Kenyans currently most happy about?
I think Kenyans are happy about the focus that government has taken when it comes to ensuring that, first of all, we are committed to touching on issues that affect Kenyans on day-to-day running. Like one of the issues that Kenyans are happy about is our focus on farming. Ensuring that we have food security in our country, because we've had, these past days, we've had very, very bad days when the cost of living and the cost of food was very high due to shortage of food. And therefore, we do not want to do that again. You've seen government ensuring that it invests in the production of enough food in this country. One, it has given subsidized fertilizer. Two, we are giving adequate information to farmers. Like recently, you've been told that we are going to experience, and then the weather forecasters showed us that we're going to experience an El Nino, maybe from September moving forward. And therefore, farmers are warned that, come on, what can we do to ensure that we mitigate the post-harvest losses?
Okay, so on the agriculture front, Kenyans are happy.
And we are trying, and we are going to experience a bumper harvest.
What else are Kenyans happy about?
Second, Kenyans are happy with how the president is focused on fighting corruption. You've seen the KEMSA, the people who tried mishandling KEMSA. The president was very, very, very straightforward in dealing with that matter. He, first of all,
disbanded the board.
Exactly, and ensured that we have an active case through the independent prosecutory organs to look into that matter. Third, there is sanity in government. You can see a government which is clearly cut out and is focused to deliver. And what I'm personally happy is that even the dialogue that we're having with Kenyans nowadays, every Kenyan knows about finance bill. The debates that we have is about the betterment of Kenya.
So there's more civic awareness.
Exactly. Okay. We do not. You know. Gone are the days when people used to do politics whereby people abuse each other on personalities.
They still do.
No, I don't think. Just a few individuals.
About tribes coming together, Mulembe Nation, I don't know, let's unite.
Exactly. But nowadays it's about ideologies. Even the Azimio people.
They are also talking
talking about issues.
What are Kenyans unhappy about?
Kenyans are unhappy and are uncomfortable about the high cost of living. And this is a global problem. We must admit that this is a global problem. Kenyans are also unhappy about the misinformation of the newly introduced taxes. You know,
they're unhappy about misinformation.
Information, yes, okay. because they're not being given the right information. And I had an issue.
By whom?
The other day when I went to Kisii, I visited the county commissioner and told him, Bwana County Commissioner, you guys need to up your game when it comes to civic education. Because, you'll find a mama mboga or a boda rider saying that hii serikali imeongeza ushuru, hii pesa housing, everybody now thinks that he's paying housing, yet that is not the true picture.
Even the person selling miwa pale kihancha.
Exactly. And therefore there is need. And this is the feedback we shall be giving to Cabinet, that there is need to invest in civic education.
So are Kenyans unhappy about the information they're receiving, or are Kenyans unhappy about taxation?
The misinformation. Once we tell them the truth, that come on, this 1.5%.
But what you've been saying so far, are you saying that has not been the truth?
No, misinformation, because people have been giving Kenyans information that is not right.
Okay, so Kenyans are saying, you know what? What is upsetting us is that these people have come to lie to us about what is really the situation. Is that what you're saying? Because if people are upset about misinformation, that means that they have been misguided or misinformed about a thing, and it is that state of misinformation that is upsetting them. That's what you're saying.
Basically what I'm saying is, I think it's a matter of semantics.
Oh, no. I can be upset because someone has misinformed me, or I can be upset about the thing itself. Which one is it?
Certain Kenyans are upset about the real situation of the taxation.
Okay.
Others are upset because of the misinformation.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Like are you getting the point? Because we have Kenyans who are upset. I was talking to somebody who was is a senior manager, and he earns around 800,000 shillings. And he said, do you know what, Cleophas? I'm now losing 87,000 from my
tax,
my pay slip. She was very unhappy about that. But we want to tell those Kenyans that this government is going to make good use of your taxes. This government cannot do development without you paying taxes. We had to craft a way in which we can collect taxes through the finance bill so that we can be able to finance our projects. And therefore, just be tolerant with the government, give it time, be patient. And I want to assure you that William Samoei Ruto is a president who cares, and he will put your taxes into good use. You've seen he has tried to centralize even the revenue collection by making sure that we seal all the loopholes and leakages of revenue. So we are trying to make sure that even the taxes that we are collecting
are put to good use.
Into good use.
Asante, Mheshimiwa. Cleophas Malala is the Secretary General of the UDA, the largest party in the Kenya Kwanza coalition. He's been our guest. Thank you for tuning into the Situation Room today. Join us again tomorrow, Thursday, Justice Thursday Conversation, 10 a.m.
So inaadhiri kabisa kwa sababu ile pesa inji ingepata ndio inaenda inji ya jirani.
Inatuadhiri kama wanaboda